Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and as you can tell by the title and the thumbnail, the World Championships are here. Woo! June 4th through the 15th. Hooray! Do you know what's hilarious about this? I won't be here. I'll explain this in a second. But yeah, June 4th through the 15th, we have the WCQ, aka Duelist Cup 2 Electric Boogaloo, which you know I despise. So, hooray. Hold on. What is this experience that is now in chat? What, huh? What is this thing that YouTube is doing? Why do you get experience? You get experience for chatting? What the fuck? We're playing an RPG out here in chat. Let's go. Anyway, beside the point. Cool. New world. Hip hip hooray. No one really cares. Let's be honest. Unless you're actually going to world, no one cares. That being said, we have some other things that I want to talk about. Most notably, there is a new... wrong button. There is a new... tournament series that I would like to look at because it looks pretty interesting. It's a, from what I can sparse, it is a, it says it's a 5v5, but you can have up to 15 people per team, which is something. I don't know. But basically it's a team event where you cycle in teams. First to 3 match wins in a best of 3 matches wins the match. I'm confused too. But basically double elim bracket, which is cool. I like that. First to 3 match wins between 2 5-person teams. Best of 3 matches. One deck. 15 card side deck. That's new. That's interesting. That's fun. And then you can change 2 people each between each round, which I don't know what this provides, because I guess like you just have more access to more decks. Anyway, kind of interesting. Just thought I'd say that. So yeah, but I do also want to look at what people were playing. I'm expecting like nothing really all that interesting, but we'll take a look at it anyway. We have Ghosts and Goblins, which is playing standard stuff. But there's like... How many people? There's 7 people? Which is kind of interesting. So they had like 2 substitutes, which is fine. We have Blue Eyes, we have Fiendsmith, Primite, Bestial stuff control. Fiendsmith control, basically. We have the Memento. We have Snake Eye Fiendsmith stuff. Snake Eye Fiendsmith, I guess. Just Snake Eye Fiendsmith. More Blue Eyes. Some 60 card. Oh, it's branded. Not surprising. And then a second branded. Cool. They ended up winning. And then we have Fallen Shadow Ninja, which came in 2nd place. Which had Bestial Fiendsmith, and then Snake Eye Fiendsmith, and Blue Eyes, and Mermail, cringe, and Memento, and more Snake Eye Fiendsmith. 3rd place, which is... I don't think that's legal. Good news, a new species of Radiodont, Anomalocaris, has just been discovered. Let's go! More Paleos! Anyway, what are we looking at? More branded from MMC. We have Blue Lightning, which is obviously playing Blue Eyes. Crazy. Exosister? To be fair, I think there was literally 5 teams. I could be wrong. 5 of up to 32 teams of up to 15 people per team, which is a choice, I guess. That's crazy. Imagine splitting your $100 prize pool, $175 prize pool, sorry, $200 prize pool with 15 people. That's crazy. That's a crazy idea. Anyway, beside the point. Going back to this. We see Unchained Fiendsmith, which is pretty cool. I do like that. We got more branded. We have more Snake Eye Fiendsmith, and then Thunder Track. I don't know, some horrible, no good, very bad 60 card deck that relies on activating grass and hoping and praying. And that's it. These certainly are deck lists. I'll give you that. Well, there you go. I also have. Look, I really want to watch this episode of 60 card Paleo Frogs versus UL Fiendsmith because it'd be funny. And so we're gonna watch the cross Baneless Cup because I don't want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and I'm gonna put it off for as long as I can.
Welkom bij next match Cross Baneless
Cup. We're gonna watch the Cross Baneless Cup from Lithium.
The title candidate
230
being Fiendsmith
2300. Sorry, my bad.
It's going to take on the
anyway.
Oldest deck.
There we go. Base versus Cringe. True. Well, Cringe versus Base because you build.
There's like 7 years, well, almost 8 years of difference between both of these decks, and it's
yeah, Yubel. Honestly, this is one of the few matches where I genuinely think that Paleo has a good chance at winning. But Paleo Frog is. This is okay. I've been saying this in my head, not in the comments, but I've been saying this for a while now. At this point in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, we need 3 different distinctions for the Cross Baneless Cup. Because if we go back and look at the groups, there's currently 2 groups. You can either play in the old school bracket, which goes all the way to BA from 2004 Chaos to Burning Abyss from 2016, which is technically the same amount of time that these decks come from, which is 2017 to 2025, which are theoretically fine. But the difference in power level between things from like 2014 to 2018 is vastly different from that of post like 2018 and pre 2014. That genuinely, I'm just like, yeah, we should probably like add a 3rd thing. So yeah, that's all. I think there needs to be a middle bracket at this point. Lithium! Well, there he is!
It's not that
anyway, Bro got Valor and then immediately passed.
I think especially looking at it's
well, that's probably the end of the game. Why the hell do I have XP? Great question. I have no idea.
Especially if they are able to put up the Desiree.
I think that's what makes these so interesting. Here's the thing. I think they are fairly interesting seeing the cross banless stuff, and I do like having the ability, but there's such a massive difference in power level between Burning Abyss and Chaos. To me, it's like that is a modern deck versus an old school deck. Like that is something you just that's not interesting because most of the time it's just like a domination of the modern decks, right? Like 60 card Paleo Frog theoretically does stuff against Yubel Fiendsmith, but if it goes up against like Blue Eyes, it's like, oh, they just lose. And there's not a whole lot of interesting ideas specifically from like that middle era, because either they're way too powerful for the early stuff or they're way too weak for the new stuff, and it's not very interesting in terms of games, and you kind of just know what's going to happen. It's like these are just going to get shit on. So I feel like there needs to be like a middle bracket. That's for those middle decks.
So now we're able to dodge. This was nice. 1-for-1 was a nice sack one. So we're able to come back.
But I mean, and now we watch Yubel absolutely clean house, and it's not close. So hip hip hooray. Anyway,
but I'm not so sure if that
hooray! Paleo, set 5 pass, let's go.
Like this is an okay.
Bro said no. Oh, solemn warning. Wait, that's crazy.
That
actually did stuff. Wait, we actually did stuff. That's crazy. Paleo Frog.
So let's see. And this is a problem, right? Only having
that feels bad.
Normal summon,
okay, never mind. We drew into Desires into.
I'm not so sure which background.
Wait, can we activate that? I don't think we can.
I mean,
Paleo Frog.
Because of the Obavinia. So that's already another very strong interruption during my turn. On top of that, there is a Toad. So here in this case, like Paleo, like back in the day, was that super slow deck. But whenever you played against it, you felt like, okay, I had like the advantage.
And that's it.
Toad, and they go from there.
And now Paleo Frog wins. Hooray! Crazy.
Like 5 back row. Right?
All right, and now Yubel gets to play, and that's the end of the game.
Not the best against Paleo, but there was just nothing to side deck in.
Unless we do the combo wrong somehow.
The strongest board, if not the strongest board. If I play this correctly, probably not. Because I think I make a small mistake here. Let me think.
I mean, do we beat the Fiendsmith stuff?
To eventually to get Chavara on field.
Am I wrong?
Eventually use it for the Unchained Link 2. because I don't think I'm able to end on the Link 2, unless I'm mistaken. Anyway, so
Did we mess up?
yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, doesn't
that's it.
Varudras just like
As,
kill us?
As I mentioned before,
Varudras
being
and
able to
Desiree
end on double omnigation,
just
the
absolutely
two
kicks our
pulses that
teeth
take
in
spells and traps, that's
as a
really
Paleo
instant,
player.
should be instant, right? Against a deck like Paleo, Desiree, and Faldrath, the rank 10. Caesar
Yep.
is
And then
okay-ish.
yeah. So that's
yeah,
the game.
no Unchained Soul.
Did YouTube update streams? Apparently. Congratulations, you now get experience. I don't know what it does, but you get it.
Okay, this is awkward. Use they don't have the Paleo that's basically Skill Space Typhoon.
Imagine activating grass and not immediately winning the game. That's crazy.
I
don't want experience.
experience.
Too bad!
Even though, I mean, Bystials,
You get
sure,
it!
You're hitting backjack, but you know, they'll just check.
No matter the era or matchup,
I guess
it's always
you're
like
in the cycle.
whoever goes first wins.
So Desire still biggest really nice.
In
Rebel
the
I mean, do we know the last for sure? But here's again the problem.
in the lower bracket,
that
that does seem to be the case.
why it did that.
With like the newer cards, that does seem to be
to
accurate.
get you know, Druid's Worm on field. That basically, I mean, the fact that they were able to surge the Dynamiscus gets rid of Druid's Worm, and this is a Toad, right? And that's a problem. Toad into Dupe plus 2 Back Row, that's really strong. So if you're not able to do
Toad!
that particular board,
Froggo.
you know, they'll just snowball into more advantage because Dupes are just an
And that's the end of the game.
Drone and Toad,
That's
they probably have to
crazy.
surge a jet, and so on and so on and so on. So if you're not able to, you know, answer.
Didn't
that,
Ubel Fiendsmith go second
so again,
in the first game?
Ubel going. Let's see. Against a deck like Paleo, that's
Yeah, they went second.
Please.
So
Let's see. Depends, right?
can we Gambit our experience? That's a great question. I don't think you
I
can.
don't think we were able to.
I'm not gonna
Okay,
lie.
yeah, I guess you're, you know, pivoting into the Ubel engine. That's much better. Okay. Yeah,
I
kinda makes
don't-
sense.
I don't think
blow
so.
up Ubel.
I don't know how I would do
What's the end board, right? Because now I'm locked into
that.
Fee, so I can't go for the rank 10 exceed play. I can go for, what is it, Caesar maybe? Unchained Soul, Domination, you know, Unchained Link 2 for Little Knight during the probably. So feuding, again, it doesn't matter, right? Because we don't need to play around Nip. There is no hand trap unless I'm
Nah, it doesn't look like
so
it.
now we can go for Soul.
But maybe in the
Go for
future.
Caesar, you have Nutcracker Protection, and Ubel for forced to attack them, right? But 4 back rows, and here.
And I guess it's based
I'm-
on just
am I greedy?
sheer
I'm
amount
probably
of
greedy.
messages,
As
which
in,
is very
you say
funny.
it like
Anyway,
overconfidence.
Ubel won.
So I go
That's
for
crazy.
Larry, and I get
Who would have
Torrential,
guessed? Oh wait, just
which
kidding.
I guess
Torrential.
is
Oh wait,
fine-ish,
except for the fact
because,
that
you
they're
know,
playing the
Fiends
Unchained
with
cards.
Ubel
Never mind.
stuff, so this is fine.
YouTube really
But
wants to copy
it's
Twitch
like,
chat.
they did have it, right? 60 cards. So we can always touch on board.
Except
That's
for
a
Larry.
Let's see. But that was, I
True.
was thinking, yeah, like
Mirror Force, motherfucker, we're playing Mirror Force.
the board that I have in mind.
Oh, anyway,
because
just
of
do
the-
full
the
Fiendsmith
Fiend-
combo.
the Fiend-
Doesn't matter.
So no light, no engraver.
That's dumb.
Light Fiend on field.
Oh, no!
So I go from Nutcracker. Oh, and here my
What
play
about-
was what
Chain
you call it,
Paleo.
Aerial Eater. Banish the Skirmer to
Fishy,
you know, rebel and go for rank 10. But they had back jacks.
SP.
All those answers, right?
Oh, that's
but
why.
again, I'm not complaining because this eventually will be game next turn. There is no way Paleo will grind this one out. So flip over Engraver and finally we can start our plays.
Yay!
So this should be
Engraver.
Engraver pop.
Hooray.
And then everything should be able to attack from game.
That's crazy.
Right.
Dupe!
And
Wait,
put
Dupe
that-
doesn't miss
yes,
timing there?
yes,
That's crazy.
Yep, that's more than that. So really nice. I mean, Paleo, even though it was a 2017 deck and didn't really get that many votes,
Yeah, not surprised. Not surprised. This is the one matchup that I genuinely believe Paleo has a good matchup in. Like, it gets absolutely slaughtered by Eldritch. Eldritch is just a better trap deck. Lyralist Tri-Brigade it gets absolutely slaughtered by, just because, like, everything that deck does can play through a lot of the interactions that Paleo has, and puts up, again, one of the more powerful end boards. Especially non-targeting and stuff like that. And then, like, everything else as well is just insanely powerful. Like, Dragoon Turbo, Goki. Yeah. Paleo Frogs put up a good fight, yeah. Cool. Alright, well, we'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, we'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! Fine, fine. I became a psycho who plays branded now? I'm sorry for your loss. Alright. Let's keep playing the same decks we've been playing. That's it. We're gonna keep playing Lab. We're not changing nothing. Because it works for me. It's not a loss when I'm enjoying it. Tragic. Master 2 days ago, now you're... Yep, that sounds about right. Yep, no, that sounds about right. Wow, this hand is ass. This may be the worst hand I think I've ever seen. Oy, ay, 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 ay. Yeah, for sure, bud. Please be Primite Control. I might be able to beat Primite Control. I don't beat Blue Eyes. At least you got Skill Drain. Yeah. Woo, Drill Beam. Imagine if I went first with this hand. You know what? Alright, game. You know what? You go fuck yourself. What a good game. What a great game. Thank you, Konami. Just truly exceptional gameplay there. Imagine going first with that hand. Imagine immediately turning everything on its head and I immediately win the game, instead of immediately losing it because I drew that hand. Great game. Thank you, Konami. How much do you want to bet I draw a terrible going first hand and a great going second hand? Watch. It's gonna happen. No, this hand's great. No, this hand's very good. I can't be upset. This hand's good. Anytime we see anti-spell, it's immediately good. Set 1, set 2, set 3, set... Hello? Game? What the fuck was that? Yeah, imagine Primite being fair. Couldn't be me. Lurie, he's the star of the show. Let's go! Any text I would recommend making currently? What? Dex? Oh. What if you didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh? That's a better idea. Lacrima. Mm-hmm. Sure. I need the feeling of gambling? Make Ryzeal. When it comes out. Smile. Yep. Sure. Hold on. No, hold on. Not that one. Simultaneous. Equation cannon. Calculator. There we go. That's fine. Hoorah! Caesar! Whoa! Who'd have guessed? Okay. Double A Zeus. Boogie. I got owned. I forgot Double A Zeus is a card that does exist. That they could just hard make instead of actually like doing something else. Damn. Frustrating. Yeah, I've not seen them play Zeus either, which is why I was like, okay, well, sure, bud. You do you. Okay, we'll go Trap Trick here. Mm-hmm. We'll go, Big Welcome here. We'll go Big Welk. Ash? Damn. Yeah, you got it, you dumb piece of fucking shit! so fucking unlucky, dude. Who the hell plays goddamn Zeus? Man, I love getting owned by just random ass bullshit that I can't prepare for at any capacity. And then just losing the goddamn coin flips. God, this game's so bad. Why did they ever print Zeus? I fucking hate Zeus, dude. Zeus is such a shit card. Typhon, great. Zeus, horrible. Just like one of the worst cards I think I've ever read. Speaking of shit cards, this stupid asshole. Man, I hate Ash Blossom. I hate that it's necessary. Because it feels like shit when it exists. You have the quick play, damn. Unlucky. Of course. What does this card read? Punk card. Sure. Mm-hmm. Ace? Just do the full fucking Fiendsmith combo? Yeah, dude, for sure. Yeah, pop off king. Wait, why didn't we shuffle back this guy? Because we're dumb? Okay. I could just wait for Desiree, right? Oh, can I? Hold on. I don't think they have enough cards. I think I have to do this here. what it fucking does. Wagon. This will have Deer Note in hand, or what is it? Ogre Dance? Foxy Gym. Special Summon Punk. I can't allow them to get Wagon. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Sharakusai? I could steal and banish, but that doesn't do anything unless I top deck really well. I could... because this wasn't played this turn, I could go... okay. Yeah, I see the play. Let's go for... Welcome. Lovely. Big Welk. Bounce. Welcome. Or Lady. Yep. Can't go Big Welcome. I guess I just go Trap Trick, huh? Nope. Tracked. Sure. Flurry. Flurry. Ice Dragon. What's up, Extreme? How's it going? Yoink. How about me? I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So pretty bad. Hooray, what a hand. Look, I need you to not play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you. Oh, it's tier. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I lose. That's very fun. If it wasn't tier, we'd be in business. This would be like playable, but it's chilling. Never mind. That hand is that draw is kind of insanity, if you ask me. Burf. 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 Yep. Wait, what? Huh? I'm so confused. We added a branded in high spirits as opposed to... Oh, we just have branded fusion? Damn, I wish I was this good. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow, crazy. How are you losing places? Dude, I have no idea. I don't know what the experience means. Repassing? What the fuck? We're passing on that? Okay, sure. Yeah? What the hell spell trap are we setting here that does anything? What on earth is the XP? I don't know. I just know that I can look at chat and I can click the community tab and there are people who have experience. I could not tell you what it means, but they have it. What'd they say? Branded opening. Okay. We'll do this. Like cold buy or something? No. We'll set the big Welk. Look at extra, take Typhon, because you don't know what else to take. Right? Okay, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10, I could do kind of nothing with. Because I would need what? 4, 4, and 3? Right? For 10? Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Cool, yeah. We'll go like this. We'll go Arius. Mm-hmm. We'll set the simultaneous equation cannon. Thinking here. I can get to 11. I think 11 and 7 doesn't do it. Oh, 11 does do it. Okay. I could get to 12 as well. They're thinking. This is mostly just to spook them. Cool. Yo. Yo. And they can't Bestial. They could add back this, which gives me 13. I think it's still doable. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pitching Aluber. Odd. Uh-huh. We will go Oriana. No, we'll go Lovely. Am I doing my math wrong? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it's 14. Oh, I lied. Oh, can I do 14? No, I can't. Shit. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. This was, again, mostly just Garen. Mm-hmm. Chain link 1. Chain link 2. Mm-hmm. So we know that card's in hand, because he pitched Aluber for some reason. Yeah, I think we're fine. Send the Albaz. Yup, yup. No. This guy. Put him off the field. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Let's go Lovely. Resetting the big welcome. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What they banish? They banished Exiton. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, go Chaos Angel here. Effect. Finish Birth. Set. Simultaneous. Combat. And 2. I guess I'll... You know what? Do I set Destructive? Maybe. What does Destructive do? We know that they have the Quick Play in hand. And that's it, right? They pitched an Aluber, so they might have Aluber. They likely have Branded Fusion in some capacity. I could potentially try and pop. Card in hand. Do I have the capability of doing anything here? Can't do 4, can't do... And I have 5s. 5 and 1. Gives me 6. Or 5 and 4, which gives me 9. Or 5 and 5, or 3 and 5, which gives me 8. Okay. It's still possible to do simultaneous, but unlikely, which is fine. Cool. I will simply, yeah, we'll set this. We'll pass. Could go Lady here, as opposed to Lovely, which gives me what? Kind of nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Okay. Coolio. Do I snipe card in hand? Maybe. Maybe. No, I don't think so. Okay, cool. We'll set another big welcome. My guess is one of the set cards is Super Poly, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case. Brandis Blazing Branded. Wow, what a good card. What's up, Ninja? How's it going? Let's grab Chandra. We'll go like this. We'll set the big Welk. We'll send for this guy. Finish field spell. We'll go combat. Attack. Do they have like evenly matched in hand? What's the likelihood they have evenly matched? Honestly, pretty high. I'm not gonna lie. See, that is one of the reasons why I want to play, instead of these, I want to play, Dimensional Barrier. But these are very good against Fiendsmith. Which I think won me that previous game. Because if I didn't have it, they do full Fiendsmith combo, and then I have to contest with the Fiendsmith. Maybe it didn't win me the game, but it like allowed me to actually play that game out. I don't know. I could get rid of like Rivalry. And maybe a lady? And play Dimensional Barrier? No, we would never play one Dimensional Barrier. We'd always play two, at the very least, because of Trap Trick. Because that means Trap Trick also gets us to Dimensional Barrier, which is like the big thing. Show me his deck, please? No. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Honestly, I think I do get rid of Rivalry. It's kind of sucked. Skill Drain's also not been great, but like Anti-Spell is crazy. I think we do this and we play Barrier. I don't know if I love that, but we'll try it. Everyone is either on all dragons or all fiends. Yeah. Here's the list. It's pretty standard, except for the fact that they're playing the random ass cash cards. But other than that, it's pretty standard for this deck. The fact that this is only gonna get better makes me sad, dude. I despise Branded. Seeing Branded is truly a tragedy. You're glad that Branded is back? Why? You ever played against Branded? Branded is one of the worst decks to play against, dude. Just like does whatever it wants, and then sometimes just dies to nothing. You're like, what? Fairly decent hand. Not great, but it's not bad. Depends on what my opponent does. If they're on, like, Primite, I do just lose. Okay, this hand's, playable. A lot in thanks to rollback. But Dimensional Barrier kind of doesn't do anything here. Do you have Coup Clock as well? That'd be crazy. Do we set Big Welcome off of Big Welcome? Makes sense. Interesting. Okay. Of course. Why would she not be in my hand? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. That card doesn't do anything here. There are 4 cards in this hand that they could pop and I wouldn't care about. There's 2 that I need them to not pop, specifically. Yeah, rollback's not bad to set either, yeah. We are just clicking buttons and acting as if Maxi is just not a card. That's crazy. I mean, it's not, but... yeah, of course they hit the one card that I need them... Okay, whatever, game. Yeah, sure. Sure. Please, my cards, please. Not gonna activate the Stogie Torby there? What the hell? Okay, sure. I do have a way to chain block without them getting access to a card, which is nice. Off of the lady. It won't matter, but it's something. This is a terrible play. Yeah, sure, bud. Okay. Sure. Roll back. Targeting. How can you bring back a Banished Lady? Or a Banished Lovely? You don't. Impulse? Sure. Let's go... Well, I could go Arias here. Arias kind of goes crazy, huh? No, it's you. Uh-huh. Pop card in hand. I'm gonna pop the, oh, no. Sorry, they already used that effect. We're setting the card. Right. Right. Sure. That's crazy that they happened to snipe the 2 cards that did anything in this hand. Truly is incredible. Sure. I'll go like this. Chain. Call. Synchro. The Kukaracha. Yep. Well. 4/4/4, right? Okay. Can't really do anything. I do just lose, in fact. I was unable to chain to this, unless I'm stupid. Yeah, I mean, you happen to hit exactly the 2 right cards that you needed to hit. If you hit literally anything else there, I absolutely have the ability to play the game. But of course, you just happen to be the luckier player, because Konami has it out for me specifically. I don't know what I have done to this stupid-ass game to make me just... Yeah, this game is, like, genuinely out to get me. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, drawing Lady there, they snipe the 2 cards that actually do fucking anything. Like, clearly I've done something to upset the gods of this game. Like, okay. And it's every game that happens. This is... Yeah, sure. Maxi resolved, hooray. I actually really like Lab Mirrors. Until Simultaneous Equation Cannon came out. And then it became fucking insufferable. Because that is a bullshit-ass card. Especially in a control mirror, where it's like, oh, cool, if I get, like... If you just, like, put a guy onto your fucking field, you lose. It's like, oh, that's fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. Hip hip hooray. Boogie. That's... Do you see what I mean? What is happening? This has to be a joke, right? Like, clearly. Let's go. You're also playing the goddamn trap that no one plays because it's terrible? Like, this has to be a joke, right? This has gotta be a joke. It's gotta be a joke. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, time to do some math. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Minus 1 because of this, and then I can't do that. Sure. Pop off king. maybe the dumbest ass comments I've ever heard. Wow, that's crazy. Yep, there's Engraver. The problem is they could go Chaos Angel here. That's fine. That's fine. You can go Chaos Angel. Yep. Fuck me. Oh, never mind. We're stupid. Okay, cool. Yep. Mm-hmm. Lacrima? We haven't normaled, so of course we have Snake Eye Ash in hand. So we do need to take that into consideration. No, we're just going Desiree. This is a choice. Does Kuklok do anything here? It technically does, right? But realistically it doesn't. Okay, we're gonna go Big Welcome. They're gonna Ash. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. That's interesting. The lady. Bounce. Uh-huh. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. With 9 is also not possible, I don't think. That would be 6, 3, and 3. Oh, I guess it is possible, right? 6, 3, and 3. Okay. Yeah. We'll go like this, which they will promptly negate, which I will then chain. Yeah, and then we have Kuklok for... Oh, do we have a Fiend Engrave? We do, okay. Never mind, I lied. We're going IDP. Kuklok. Ice Dragon. Targeting you. And now we can go Daruma here. You're kidding. Okay, that's really frustrating. You simply don't have another normal summon. Trust, Copium. Yeah. Do I care if they go SP here? No. No, that's fine. Yeah. Can I go simultaneous here? I don't think I... they have a 6, maybe. Maybe I can. trying to think what I'm worried about here. Hmm? Yeah, okay. The hell does this do? Oh, it gives them tracked? For Lacrima? Okay. If they have a... Okay. If they have a 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think 8's possible, right? Yeah, no. Oh, summon Desiree. There's no fucking shot. You have another starter that immediately allows you to play the game. That's crazy. This game is so good, dude. Man, I love this game, dude. This game's so sick. Can't go Ice Dragon. I guess I just go Fusion here with Dimensional Barrier. Like, that's my best option. Yeah. Because, like, Simultaneous doesn't do it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Okay. Dimensional Barrier. Confusion. It's like the best I can do. Yep. Yep. Like a Requiem as well. Sure. Oh, they're stupid. And they equipped it to this guy. Oh, because they don't need to. Okay, yeah, no, I lose. Oh, that's so frustrating. Yeah, that's so frustrating. There's literally nothing I could have done. They just have me in checkmate because I knew that they drew the fucking Ash. Man, this game's so bullshit. God, what a shit game. What a great game to showcase how terrible this game is. Are you kidding me, dude? Imagine playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Couldn't be me. Nope, we gotta not play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, why would you not have drawn fucking Snake Eye Ash Turbo? God. Hate that every card just fucking FTKs you. Why are the furniture still semied? I don't fucking know. Because Konami hates you. That's right, they hate you specifically. I have to get rid of Sylvie here. I don't know, so welcome, I guess. I'm telling you, Konami hates me. They're like, you're playing Lab. Die. You're not playing our new cards that absolutely just kill everything that is fun and enjoyable about the game. Fuck you. Die. Like, awesome, dude. Diablel Star. Whoa. Hoop. We didn't activate the effect? Why? Yep. 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 Engraver. Whoa. That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which could be 4, 4, and 2. So I could do that. I could also just book here, right? They've already used their normal. They can't use quick play. They can't use spells. We know 2 cards in their hand are dead. Oh dang, I could have gone IDP. I'm stupid. Sure. Is there a card that does anything here? That they could draw? A Stellar? Not a Stellar. Elzat, sorry. Elzat would have done it. I heckin' love that I have to banish my entire opponent's field or floodgate them from and like prevent them from even doing anything in order to just compete. That's so cool, dude. That's so sick, dude. I love that every... What the f... Why would you not have used that last turn? Okay. Alright, bud. For sure. Okay. Imperm? You gonna imperm me? Sure. Go for it. Woes. Yeah, go off king. We are just clicking buttons. That is what we are doing. Okay, cool. What's that IDP? How much do you want to bet they have an imperm here? Watch. Imperm? Not imperm. That's crazy. Imagine. Tails. Sure. We will grab a Chandra. Sure. 10 out of 10 gameplay. You can't activate spells. Next game. How hard is it to reach Master 1? It's not hard, it's just long. It's less about how difficult the games themselves are and more about dedication. It's pretty terrible, though. It's very unfun. And this is why. This deck right here, stupid-ass, bullshit-ass Primite. If I see another goddamn Primite card, dude, I'm gonna lose my shit. It's also luck. Yeah, but with enough games, the luck is mitigated. And it just, like, doesn't matter. Like, legit. You fucking asshole. The problem is that it's only a month that they give you. And it's an unreasonable amount of time. The fact that it resets every month is insufferable. Honestly, I kind of want to cut all of the Primate cards. Draw. I hate that it resets every month. I'd rather have a longer climb. Like, every 3 months or something like that. Like, Now I win the coin flip. Thank you, game. What a kind game. It's a decent hand. Do you have a Bestial? How much more that they have a Bestial? Ash? Yep. Yep. Magnum Hut. Vanish, Black Room. Magnum Hut. It's a little annoying, but that's not the end of the world. We ball, we Drake. Finishing you. Excuse me. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have banished theirs. Oh, that wouldn't have done really anything. I could go sequence here, which doesn't do anything. Because it's only from Graven Field, right? Or is it just from the grave? Materials from the grave, specifically. Cool. I guess we'll just go SP here. Which is not great, but it's not terrible as well. Magnum Hut. Grab Druis Worm. We have Ash Druis Worm SP. Maybe we do something. Maybe the Baldrake resolves. Probably not, right? No. Just no. Maiden, sure. Mm-hmm. Wow, crazy. What are those? Yeah. What? Voodoo eyes. Okay. Bring back Weeball Drake. Weeball Drake. Go Druis here. Vanishing. Well, now that's peak comedy. Sage. Sage. Tag out. I'm almost certain they're about to grab Valor here. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Put the fries in the bag. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you legitimately have Drill Beam here? I'm gonna vomit if you actually have Drill Beam here. Okay, they don't. I would have lost my mind if that was the case. That's a fairly decent draw. Cool. Max. You're right, he would have used the Drill Beam. Bro is reading my cards in real time. Uh-huh. We'll put this guy here. Put this guy here, I guess. So what am I playing? This could be a good hand. It could also absolutely do nothing. If my opponent's playing, like, Adamantipator or Ritual Beast... Never mind, we're fine. Yeah. I'm almost certain they have wishes in hand. Because they always do, so... There's no real use in, like... trying to act like they don't have it. We do imperm this. Crazy. Oh. Oh? Are we playing multiple of this card? Maybe. Oh, no, we have the Primite card. That's what it is. No, that wouldn't make sense. Why the hell would we do that way, then? What? We definitely have a Blue Eyes in hand. That's my guess. We have Blue Eyes, Drill Beam, Valor, the Trap, and an Unknown? What's the Unknown? Barrel? No, do it a normal barrel. Okay. Okay. The hell? They 1000% have Drill Beam here. Watch. Watch. What? What? You've got to be kidding. Okay. I don't love this, but this is the play now because I drew the last Bestial. I have the Branded Field, I just don't play it. Because I see no reason to. Hell yeah. Hand, give me now. There it is. There it is. La Cucaracha. Ghost Ogre. I think I pitch the Druis here. Did I put back Valor? I put back Ogre. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We'll send Paradise here. They don't have a Blue Eyes in hand, so the most that they could do is set a card? What fucking card could they set? They can't set wishes, which is great. Oh, they just have Valor then. Okay. They don't even have fucking cards. That's crazy. Okay. Sure. We'll go Requiem. Real fast. I know that they have Sage, right? They have a Sage in hand. Sage get them anything that's important here? Kind of, not really. They have Majesty, they have Sage, they have... No, I didn't see Sage. Just Valor here. So they can grab the field spell, and then field... Yeah, that's fine. Beat it. Parabicio. Here. Desiree. Mausoleum. Desiree. Go back to this guy. Target True Light. Yup, yup, yup. Uh-huh. I think I did that wrong. But it's fine. They have an extra normal. They can still do stuff here. But it means that in order to get to Blue Eyes White Dragon, it has to go to Grave, and I can just Bestial it. But No, I think that was fine. Yeah. Given what we knew in hand, which was that 2 of their cards were dead cards. But if any of the other 2 cards were live cards, like, I do just lose. Or decided not to set... he can't. Both of the spells that they play were in grave, and the other trap was in hand. He literally couldn't. Ritual Beast is good, yes. This is a fairly decent hand. Called by? What? They didn't have called by. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Oh, it's so much worse. However, triple attack is pretty good here. Damn, your hand's that good. Okay. Yeah. Bitch, Soliak. Wow. Wait. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Uh-huh. Do we not have a monster in hand that would have been better to use the Sheeran with? We get the Shuffler, which is frustrating. So I think I just lose, right? Kit. The Shuffler is really what's going to kill me here. There is a way I win this. It's not very reasonable. It basically requires them to do nothing. Damn, dude, they got hella lucky with these mills. There's like a chance. I love it. If I draw Thrust, Maybe it's a little bit better. Or if I draw... Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, there's not a world in which I win that with those mills. Yeah, shufflers are bullshit. How many coin flips have I won? Like 4? Snow is legal, grass is legal, Kitkalos is legal, like everything under the sun is legal. This is the most unplayable hand I think I've ever seen. Holy crap. It's a, like, fine-ish going first hand, but it's really bad going second. I don't think there's a single card that I could have drawn that made that good. Also, have yet to see draw. Konami? What's going on? Where are my hand traps? This is a hand, I guess, technically speaking. Go. Why does this game hate me? Why is it so determined to make me have an unplayable experience and just lose my mind? Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Do you send for cost? No. You do. You just lied to me. This game's so fucking good, dude. It's so fucking good. Hell yeah. Imagine I saw Droll here. Watch this. I mean, this doesn't matter, right? Dude, go fuck yourself. Man, I hate this stupid-ass, bullshit-ass deck. What did I do? What did I do to deserve this, Konami? What did I do? What did I personally do to you to make you hate me so thoroughly? Like, I wish I was joking, but this feels like hate. This feels like very specific hate to me specifically. When I go first, I draw unplayable hands. When I go second, my opponent has goddamn everything, and I literally draw no hand traps, or my hand traps mean nothing. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, this can't be legal. You're doing something to hate me specifically. It's... Dude, Called by the Grave is one of the worst cards in human history. Like, there's no reason for that card to exist in any capacity. And yet they're like, no, it's fine. Like, in what world? And they're like, this one. Because do you know what else exists? Snow! And that grass looks greener. And the OCG is having an actual aneurysm. Because I do not think that there is a world in which it makes sense for any of these cards to exist in the same place at the same time. Make it make sense. Make it make sense! Sure, why would you not? Okay. Where the fuck is my Droll and Lockbird, Konami? I'm beyond livid. Yep. Course. But of course. Should have ashed this guy, to be fair. That would have stopped all of this, but whatever. It's fine. some sort of quick play card, which worries me. But I was like, no, surely I don't ash this. I honestly thought I could Caesar it, but for some fucking reason you can't. Just doesn't make any sense. I guess it's because it's not an activation, it's an effect. 10 out of 10 game. SP. Yeah. Nothing I can do about that, yeah. For sure, bud. I mean, I'm not dead, but, like, who cares? I am dead. They get to do full combo. There's literally nothing I can do about this. Yeah. Requiem. Yeah. They go Lacrima. Sure. Best I can do here. Oh, never mind. That's an insane draw. Here's a Roach. Do you see what I mean? 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 You all see it, right? There's no reason to keep talking about it. Why do Snake Out players have custom hands? Because this game is so unbelievably terrible. It is maybe one of the most poorly designed games I think I've had. Like, what do you want? Me to say something interesting? They had Droll, too. It, like, just didn't fucking matter. That's... No, dude, it's so good. It's so good. I do get a search here, which is something, and then I have full combo on follow-up thanks to the Fiendsmith stuff in Grave, because he elected not to put Engraver into the back row. So... maybe, but highly unlikely. Oh, hey, look at that. We remembered that we activated the card effect. We do have Ash as well, which is like maybe, potentially, kind of something. Oh, forget everything I just said. No, this game's over. There was no world in which we were ever winning this. Sure. Grublub. That card kind of does stuff. Kind of being the key word there. I guess Druis, right? Makes the most sense here. We'll go Engraver. Back to Hewa. Hewa. Of course. Sure. Yup. Now they can't special. So I might be able to get out of this. Okay. So Druis. Banishing the Requiem. Don't do that. We'll go normal summon Ash. Oh, I can't do anything. Oh, I just lose. Well, shit. I guess we do this. Yeah. I have to hope that they don't top deck anything that's useful. Oh, but they have OSS and Diabell engraved. Never mind, I'm fucked. Oh. And then just go Poplar into Field Spell into do everything there. Yeah, no, I just because they have Link, Karibo, and Grave as well, because that card still exists. This game's really good. Can I cut something for Moon? If I do this, they just go Link Karibo. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Do they not have a search target for the OSS? No, surely they do, right? Yeah. We're even playing the stupid-ass trap card. If they don't have the stupid-ass trap card, like, I do probably just win. But no, of course, we have the trap card too. Why would we not? Sure. Yeah. Okay. They haven't gone through Snake Eye Ash, which is why I'm confused as to why we haven't gone for OSS here. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. What? The hell does this do? Oh, we just make that. Yeah, because that card still exists. Fuck me. Yeah, am I dead? Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, never mind. They goofed. Okay, sure. Well, no, they just make what's a bucket? No, no, there's no shot they do that. Yeah, they're just gonna go combat. I have a chance. It's not a realistic one, but I do have technically a chance. Where do I need to top deck? A goddamn miracle? I don't think there's a world in which I top deck anything that does anything at any point ever. What? No, no, you don't have a set card. What fucking set card do you have? You don't have a set card. Don't lie to me. That's a good draw, to be fair. Okay, tracked. I know card in hand is Ash. Let's go with Lurie, Lurie, Lurie. He's the star of the show. Lurie. Goldmine? Oh yeah, you drew the one card that does something there? Yeah, you drew the one card that drew that. Yeah? Yeah? This gots to be cheating, right? Like clearly this is cheating. Clearly this is cheating. Am I wrong? Obviously, unequivocally, insurmountably, this is Omega Lol cheating. I have to go Agnum Day here, right? Agnum Day is like the one thing that does anything here. No, even that doesn't do it. Fuck me. Do you have a Light Engrave? You do. You have a Lacrima Engrave. Oh shit. Wait, that does something. Ooh. Wait, if I get a search here, oh, I haven't normaled. Yeah, okay. There's a chance. Okay. Yoink. Here. You. Okay. Send Engraver. We go Agnum Day. I could go combat here. No, that's dumb. If I go Agnum Day, I just get owned anyway by Promethean, huh? Like, I still don't have anything. Do I? If I go combat, I could walk Lina in and search... What? What do I search? That does anything. Yeah, there's not like a thing that I could do. Peace and Grave. Oh, I could go Lacrima. Off of that, and then I could bring back that. Then we could do that, but that's not enough to kill. Oh, it would be. It would be. It would be. Okay. Oh, but no. Oh, but no. Fuck me. No, I think I just lose. Like no matter what I do. How much damage does, or how big does Engraver become? It doesn't matter. Because it's just Promethean. Okay. We'll go combat here. We'll go like this. Go like this. Stupid ass bullshit ass Promethean. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It just didn't matter. Yeah, it really didn't. Oh, the Promethean just checkmates me there. Fuck, dude. Man, imagine being able to play the goddamn game and not drawing literally everything that you could have ever asked for. Called by such a cool card, dude. Oh. Can I have... No, there's no world in which I win that. The best I could have done is, like, go... No, yeah, there's just not. You've got to be kidding me, game. What is happening? This I hate you. I hate you so much. Make it make sense, dude. Yeah, for sure. Oh, Pitching Phalanx. Sure, yeah, why not? Ash? No, it's gonna be called by, right? Obviously it's called by. It's always gonna be called by. Wow, crazy. Who would have fucking guessed? Yeah, dude, you got it. What is happening? Konami! me! Let me play the game, please! Owned. I goofed. Man, I really love this card. think the targeting protection probably doesn't matter. You know what? Sure. Control was used. Imagine it does anything. Sure, sure. Yep. Anything? Sure. What does this do? It's just Promethean, I guess. Sure. What fire are you able to special? What? Oh, this guy. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll give you this so that you can't summon your guys because you just have too many levels. It's like 11, right? 8 or lower. Oh, effect monsters. Never mind. Didn't fucking matter. Do we even have the levels necessary for this? No. Unless they have 2 Infernoids in hand. They might. Sure, I'll go Paradise here. What? Huh? Okay. Oh right, I forgot that these cards are dumb. Snow? We're gonna go for this guy first. Okay. Nothing locks them, right? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah. SP, EVP up. Bro, fuck you. You're so stupid. I fucking hate you. I hope you burn in hell where you belong. Yeah, of course. Why would it not be? Why would it not be a dead-ass card? Go. Sure. I guess I could have made Typhon on the previous turn, right? Yeah. No, I can't, because I'm stupid. Typhon would have gone crazy here. That is anything. That is in fact anything. That's crazy. Does this spell traps on the field? Spell traps your opponent controls. Sick. Banish everything for snow. I go tracked here. Can I do anything with triple attack here? Other than pray that I draw into something with draw to? No, it's obviously tracked. It's obviously tracked. That's the best draw in the deck. And we just negate this. Can they go into the Infernoid Link 2 and do something here? I think so, right? Or does it require 2 Infernoid? Wait, do they have Link 2? Hita? Or... I don't have a fire. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. I get it. Does that do anything? That doesn't do anything. I'm so done. Yeah, we're done. We're done. We're not climbing to Master 1. I don't give a shit anymore. This is like the worst meta that it's ever been. Like you can't make me play this stupid ass game. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. Not fun. Not interesting. Like, have you seen these games? Is anyone having fun with this? Like, a genuine question in chat. Are you currently enjoying the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel experience? I just... 50% of games? No. Not in comparison to anything else. Just in comparison to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Are you having a good time? Do you find it fun? Are you like, I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Because I'm not going to lie. Every day that I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, specifically every day that I try to climb to the highest rank in Master 1, I dread it. I despise that idea. I have not enjoyed it for the past, like, 4 months. There are times where I'm like, I really do want to play. I really do. What I'm going to do, customs? Custom what? I only ever play against one deck, so no. Fair. You always have the outgoing second, have the perfect hand or brick. That certainly does feel that way. Yeah, you saw those games. Versus each other with fun decks. I don't play against viewers. It's just a policy I have. And for the most part, it's because it's bad. It's just like not a good experience most of the time. At least for me. What I mean is that I have a lot of choices when it comes... I don't have a lot of choices when it comes to TCG. Here's the thing. If you enjoy playing TCG, that's fine. If you're like, I really enjoy playing some sort of card game, that's okay. However, I haven't enjoyed... And it's not that, like... I have other games that I enjoy playing. So for the most part, I'm not like... I really want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I still do, right? Like, right now, what I want to do is play Argo Stars. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to play Argo Stars. I know it's like, why are we still playing Master? It's because it's lower ranked. It's more chill. I want to play Argo Stars and just, like, have a chill time. But, like, the highest ranks are so boring right now. It's one thing if it's, like, we actually get to play the game. But for the most part, it's, like, most of the games are just so... nothing. 2 years of Maxi was the limit for me. Either the card gets banned or I'm not returning to play this shit game. Yeah. It certainly does feel like a good idea, but to me, Maxi is not the issue right now. Like, it is annoying, but it's not what, like, kills the game. What other games do I play? Depends on what I'm currently in the mood for, but for the most part, I have played things like Minecraft, like the other TCGs like Magic and Pokemon. I've played things like Shadowverse, which I enjoy. What else? I've played League of Legends, which I don't play anymore, but I used to, and that was fairly decent. Right now, what am I currently playing? Like Dead Cells and Hades, and I mean, I don't want to list them all because then I'd have to think about them. Like any old school RTS game I've really enjoyed, like Age of Mythology or etc. Honestly, I don't like to play past gold. Understandable. Like playing ninjas, but it only reaches diamonds, which makes me frustrated. That's understandable. That is very understandable. The hell are we reborning here? Well, okay, here's a rock. We beat the Infernoid player? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing. Normal Lacrima or something? No, I don't know. The thing is, I would be less upset with Maxx C if it felt like Maxx C was fair and balanced, and they actually balanced around Maxx C existing. But they're actually doing pretty much the opposite, which is not actually doing that. Some days it's good, some days it's shit. That's fair. That's, yeah, pretty much. Magic Cylinder, go. I'm not gonna lie, I really did expect Magic Cylinder there. You started playing when Snake Eye and Yubel were top tier? Dude, how did you continue playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Like, that is a legit question. That was awful. Honestly, if you continue to play Yu-Gi-Oh, I would not be surprised. If you make it through that, you make it through anything. That meta sucked. Maxx C was fair in 2011? True. And then immediately it became broken. Like, right after that, it was too much. Year 1 of Master Duel was just as bad? Was it? Was it? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me saying it was just as bad. Statue of Anguish pattern. Get his ass. Get his ass. Imperm. Oh, imperming the Azure Rune, because this guy's, for some reason, not a fucking effective... Oh, he is an effective monster. Why the hell would... Why did... What? What the hell? What's going on? Year 1, here's the reason Year 1 didn't feel nearly as bad. Because it was mostly the Wild West. Everyone was playing a myriad of different things, and it all kind of culminated in, like, a fairly fun experience. But that was mostly due to the fact that, like, no one really knew what was good, and no one was really building good decks, and you could kind of get away with almost anything, which made it more interesting. Because, like, that specific metagame hadn't been, like, solved, right? Yes, the top decks were really frustrating, but also there was, like, reasonable gameplay. Right? Did I disconnect? What the fuck? No, I think it was my phone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel has been so poorly handled, it's actually crazy. Yeah, the first Fusion Festival was really good. This is maybe one of the worst hands I think I've ever seen in my entire life. What the hell? What the hell, Konami? What are you doing to me? Why are you actively trying to make me hate myself? I guess it's this one and this one? Smile? Yeah, sure. This hand's incredible. What do you mean? This game's incredible, sacrebleu. That feels well. Why did I not burn my opponent? Because I'm stupid. True! I always forget that the field spell, like, actually does stuff. Is that just me? This is just me. Probably. Alright. Didn't have a fusion deck, so I just forced. So I forced that stupid hero loader. Ooh. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! On Master Duel Hardcore beginning of the year. Well, congratulations. You made it farther than pretty much anyone else. Probably. I guess we grab Azuroon here, right? Yeah, that probably makes the most sense. Grab this guy. I don't love this. I don't love this. Here's Fusion Destiny. It's fine. DPE carries, right? Smile. Smile. Pay us. The first format is either Tenpai full power or pre-Beatrice ban Fiendsmith. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. I despised Prank Kids. That was awful to deal with. Lightning Storm. You piece of shit. Man, fuck you. We. You've got it. Alright, dude. Tenpai? No. Maybe? Unchained? What? See, this is the problem. It's shit like this that makes me not like this game. I'll explain myself in a second. Whoa. Why do you have shiny sword? Cool. Tier format was really good. You're right. Manslayer. Oh, not a real card. Not real, can't hurt you. I guess we'll do this one and this one. Wait, I could have drawn a card. No, I'm stupid. No, that was dumb. No, that was dumb. That was a dumb mistake. It's fine. Bounce his ass. We all forgot that Shining Sark exists, because honestly, it probably shouldn't. Combat, I guess. Combat. And then they evenly match my ass, and I go, what? Did we get the new Shining Sark, Dark Magician Girl? Is that why people are playing Shining Sark again? That'd be my assumption. I could be wrong. No? Oh, okay. I have no idea. Malice will be awful, let's be real. Malice is awful. Currently, in the TCG. It sucks to play against. And it's not that interesting to play, either. Cannot be destroyed by monster effects. Shit. Okay, well, we'll go like this, I guess, for sure. Why not? I can deal with almost anything else that they do, but that is like the one card that is kind of an issue. This is not considered a trap effect. I guess I could bounce this, maybe, potentially, probably not. Oh, that's frustrating. That's frustrating, man. That's not what you like to see. Anguish is treated as a monster effect. I probably bounce this, right? Like, this is probably the one card to bounce, so that they don't get the free search. I don't love it. That's all. I don't love it. I would imagine this counts as a monster effect, right? I hope it arrives in Master Duel with pre-hits and Griffin and Decoder banned. Please ban Decoder. Link Decoder is maybe one of the silliest cards to exist. Why does Cyberse get a Link 1 that just brings itself back? Malice will get a semi-limit at best. Yeah, likely that's what's gonna happen. And then when they finally realize that it is, in fact, a problem, they will then decide to put the card to, then they'll actually deal with the deck. Can we just... I gotta... After this game, we're gonna talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm just gonna yap for a sec, because I have so much I want to say. I have so much. I got you this. Marshmallow! What the fuck? Okay. Get his ass. We're all waiting for Ryzeal. What's tragic is I don't think it fixes this game. More Marshmallow! Get that. Do it again. Do it again! Yeah, baby! Do it again! It's funny. Oh, just kidding. It didn't. It's a once per. I didn't think it was a once per. I'm not gonna lie. I probably. Anyway. Detonator at home. Okay. So, Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. More specifically, Master Duel. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! In the TCG is fine. I think it's pretty interesting. I think there's a lot of, like, nuance to it, and it's pretty well balanced. It's not, like, the greatest of all time, but it's also not, like, the worst. And we've had, like 2024 was particularly bad, but, like, 2023 was fairly decent. 2022 was great. Well, no, 2022 was okay. And then, like, 2025 is shaping out to be pretty solid. Right? So. Anyway. In regards to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, though, the OCG is fucked. Like, I don't see a world in which the OCG is actually good. Just in general. I think there's so much stuff. I think the best of 3 potentially helps it, but a lot of games are played in best of 1, which is just as bad as Master Duel. So I feel like the OCG is in a crap situation just the same, and a lot of that comes from the fact that Konami in Japan, the OCG / Master Duel version of Konami, is really bad at balancing the game because, in part, they keep too many cards around. But also they hit too many cards that don't make sense to hit. Like, for example, a bunch of Labyrinth stuff. They just, like, don't allow you to play. You know, Max C's at 2. They hit SP to 2. They do a bunch of funny things like that all of the time that just do not make sense. Right? And Master Duel does similarly. We clearly can see the future, basically, in regards to what is coming and what needs to be nerfed. And Konami will still continually disregard that and toss it out the window and be like, nope, keep it going. The biggest example of this is when clearly Beatrice was ban-worthy, even prior to getting Fiendsmith. Even prior to getting Fiendsmith. We still had Beatrice. And they could have banned it. And they didn't. When the game designers don't play the game. Yep. They've only banned 5 new cards. Agido, Kelbeck, Merly, Expulsion, and Perla-Rhino. Exactly. Yeah, it's aggressively bad how bad they're handling this game. And a great example of this is, let's just look at the current Forbidden and Limited list, shall we? Because I think this will showcase genuinely what I'm talking about, okay? Currently, cards that are limited and or banned include, or sorry, semi-limited to banned include Solemn Judgment, Red Reboot, Nadir Servant, right? Raigeki, Sprite Blue, and Max C. Those are all just semi-limited cards, right? Those all, according to Konami, warrant the same amount of cards playable in the deck, right? Solemn Judgment and Max C are comparable in power and deserving of the same limitations. Sprite Blue is just as powerful as Red Reboot. Do you know what else is comparable? That's right, Block Dragon, which is at 1, is just as powerful as One Day of Peace, or as Harpy's Feather Duster, or as Blaze Phoenix, or as Poplar, or as Snow, or I mean, like, what do you want? The stove is just as powerful as Branded Fusion. Stovey Torby, Chandelier, just as powerful, Branded Fusion. Shifter is comparable to Magnuma, which is comparable to Astrograph. Crazy. And, like, banned cards kind of make sense, but also it's the fact that they are so slow to actually ban cards and do anything with it. Like, they banned Toad. They got that shit out of there lickety-split. That card was barely playable in the game. They said, get it. Get it gone. Get it out of here. We don't want this. But Beatrice? No, we'll wait on Beatrice. No, I think Beatrice is fine. We'll wait until it actually genuinely becomes a problem, even though it was already a problem. And yet we won't ban things like grass and snow. Like, And look, it's cool to be able to play all of these cool, fun, high-power cards. Until everything and every deck and every game you play is one bullshit card after the other. And you just constantly have to deal with this cavalcade of nonsense that says, stop playing the game. Because if this one card resolves, if this one card gets to play the game, if this one card exists, you don't get to play. Incredible. 10 out of 10 game design. Like, how... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The other biggest problem that this game in particular, this one right here, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, the problem that this one has is that it is so horribly balanced for best of one. Honestly, in a best of one, they should outright ban all floodgates. I disagree. I think there are a lot of floodgates that are playable and are worthwhile. Like, for example, Synchro Zone. I like Synchro Zone. I think this card is fine. I think cards like it are fine. If I am stopped from attacking, that's a-okay. If I can't attack you, that's great. There's a whole archetype in Magic the Gathering that is called Fog, that the whole idea of it is to prevent you from attacking for multiple turns. It's fine. Ibly banned before Mermaid release is a rare W. Troy. But that's only because Ibly is not a UR. Also, Nimble Beaver. That's all. I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, I think there is a merit to Floodgates. I also think that Dweller is fine. I like Dweller. He's cool. But overall, I do agree. I think in a best of one, there is not a reason to actually have things like Floodgates, things like Maxi, things like Tenpai, things that just kind of say, hey, the game is decided entirely around this card. Like, the game has to be played around this card, right? And what I mean, like, you can literally see, like, 4 of them right here, right now, still not banned. Pachycephalo, Block Dragon, Teekboo. These cards immediately say, answer my question. Do you have the out? And if you don't, good game, shake my hand. Which is not healthy for a best of one. Because I can't. No individual does have the ability to, in fact, have the out to everything when 90% of the game is a different out. Okay, I need an out for Shifter, which means I need Called By, which also technically is an out to Maxi, but Called By is a 2, so I can't really do that. So maybe I play a long game. Well, I can't play a long game because my opponent's now going to special summon a Kashtira and immediately kick my teeth in. Or, okay, well, now I need an out to Tenpai because all of a sudden they activated a Tenpai card and now I have to have, like, some sort of hand trap. Well, if they have the field spell, this hand trap now doesn't do anything, so maybe I need to stop them from getting to that. Is there a way for me... There's, like, a whole bunch of things that you have to do that just aren't possible to do realistically, which makes the game feel like it doesn't matter what you accomplish. What you are capable of doing. Right? With Tenpai's existence, if I end up going first, it can actually be a downside. Because all of a sudden, randomly, my opponent could activate Songen Summoning. And I'm like, oh no, I don't have an out to that. You got it. Or my opponent could, you know, activate Harpy's Feather Duster and immediately invalidate any sort of interaction I could potentially have. Like, for example, if I'm playing some sort of trap variant, all of a sudden, that's now all gone. Or, hey, what else, you know, maybe I'm also playing some other trap variant and all of a sudden Red Reboot comes down and now I can't do anything. Right? If I'm playing Paleo or Labyrinth, or maybe I just wanted to, like, set up some interactions in the back row. Like, let's say I'm playing Dark Lord and I happened to draw my traps. It's like, well, maybe I don't have a whole lot of interaction. Maybe I set up a guy or something like that. But I really need my traps to resolve. Wrong. Red Reboot says, put that shit back. You now die. But of course I can't have protection for my own traps in the form of Solemn Judgment. That's not allowed. Because for some reason traps are not allowed. But of course Tenpai absolutely is. Tenpai's for sure allowed. Yeah, you can just OTK your opponent without them having the ability to interact with you. Just at any point, right? Because the field spell says you can't interact with them, and then Transcendent Dragion also says you can't do anything. So clearly, Konami just says, yeah, we don't actually want gameplay to happen. We don't want people to interact. Interacting is a net negative overall. Like, playing the game is not, in fact, something we want people to do. And that's clearly what is being showcased with the ban list, right? They are refusing to actually ban cards that are problems, like that Grasslook Screener, which basically just say, activate this if your opponent doesn't ash it, or, you know, Dimension Shifter it, you just win the game. Someone activating Solemn against Red Reboot is why Solemn is a 2. Yeah, true. But, I mean, there are so many just unbelievably dumb cards that exist as a best of, like, in a best of one, that should not exist in a best of one. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's one thing to have a bunch of cards that are, like, annoying, but don't show up very often. Right? And it's like, oh, it's a best of one, like, occasionally, you know, the first Dark Lord shows up and your opponent can't out it because they need to target. It's like, cool. Sure. Right, or, like, you know, Unicorn... that's a bad example. What's a good example? I don't know. Auroradon shows up, and it's like, okay, that does a whole bunch of stuff, but, like, realistically, there's a bunch of ways to deal with that. Like, you could Imperm or Valor or Impulse, or there's, like, stuff that you could do, right? Realistically, right? Or, like, you know, Elf ends up hitting the field, and you're like, wow, that's an insane amount of advantage, and yada yada. Like, there's stuff like that where it's like, okay, those are annoying, right? Inspector Border, etc. And then there's an extent where it's like, okay, there is too much stuff. Because not only do I have to deal with all of those stuff that I mentioned previously, but now I also have to deal with Harpy's Feather Duster and Raigeki and Dark Hole and Lightning Storm and Evenly Matched and, you know, Called By and Crossout and Pachycephalo and all of the Floodgates, while also having to deal with things like all of the Fiendsmith stuff that is so hyper-consistent, as well as, like, Foolos and Maxi, and it's just like, there's no way for me to reasonably build a deck and expect to not just have to like roll the dice consistently. Was my ideal Yu-Gi-Oh! Turn 0 like tier in Arcanine VS? My ideal Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be actually being able to play the game. And what I mean by that is not having a single card that immediately wins you the game by having it resolve. I don't care if that's on turn 0 or turn 1 or turn 2 or what have you. There should not be a thing that it's like, I have to always negate this, and then it's constantly like 5 of those cards in hand. I'm fine. Like, what was like the best meta? Probably like Sword Soul branded Tri-Brigade. That meta was maybe the best because it was a bunch of decks that required multiple cards to really get anything done. And while you could let Branded Fusion resolve in the past because it was fine. It generated a lot of advantage. Mirror Jade was a powerful card, but it was beatable, right? It was a beatable card, and it was a beatable deck. Sword Soul was the same. Yes, their end board was very simple, but it was also very powerful. But you could also let that resolve and still have the ability to push through that board. And then you'd have to, like, play a game, right? There was a lot more that you could do at that point. That was maybe not peak Yu-Gi-Oh!, but it was very close. It was very, very solid. I really also enjoy Our Turn Yu-Gi-Oh!, as Blaze has put it. It's very fun, right? But even that is not, like, necessarily the best, right? Just having the ability to have decks that don't all say you have to interact with every single one of the cards or you lose, that's frustrating. When it is every card kills you, that's frustrating. That's not very fun. Mirror Jade had to banish itself in order to set a turn 2. It sometimes did. Oftentimes you would banish like Aluber there. Because you go like Branded Opening, grab Aluber, Aluber, grab Branded Fusion for Lub, Lub for Mirror Jade, and then Mirror Jade would like banish the what's his bucket, and then you could do like the Despia stuff. It was pretty cool. Sprite meta was fun. Tearlament, here's the thing. Tearlament mirror matches are probably the peak of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think there is very little that you could change in terms of like a mirror match that would make Yu-Gi-Oh! More fun than that. Because both players are playing all of the time. It's all about like nuance and understanding like where each individual person can go, and like, yeah, that it was incredibly fun. It was a lot about like who the better player was. Same thing with like Dragon Ruler mirrors. But the thing is, like, having a mirror match is not necessarily the best. But those were very fun, right? One of the best meta games in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was Pote format in the TCG, as well as, it wasn't Alliance Insight. What was it? It was something. It was post Rescue Ace. It was Rescue Ace, Pearly, Unchained, Tearlament, Metagame. I don't remember where that was. Dabble? I think that's what it was, yeah. Those two... Oh, no, it was Agov. It was Agov. That's what I was thinking of. Agov meta. Both of those were incredibly interesting metagames. And having metagames like that is ideal, right? We never had that in Master Duel. We never had specifically the Agov meta, which was Rescue Ace, Unchained, Pearly, Tier. We never had that in Master Duel due to the fact that Maxi existed and immediately cut off Unchained from existing and made... And, like, Tearlament was, like, handled more differently and stuff like that, and some of the other decks were, like, still around. So it was very frustrating. But, like, games like that where it's like, hey, I'm playing Unchained with no hand traps because my whole game is to break the board with, like, Engine. It's like, that was super sick. And then you had, like, Rescue Ace, which was, like, cool, if I do my big-ass combo, I have, like, a nigh unbreakable board, and I have really, really solid follow-up, and it's, like, very strong, but also has, like, a bunch of bricks, and it's a little bit more high roll. And then you had, like, Tearlament, which was even more on the high roll spectrum, but still had like very solid plays and still had very solid engine. And then you had Pearly, which was even more kind of like in that mid range, where it was very centered around like just generating a bunch of advantage and like doing like the small things with each one of the individual cards to generate more advantage, so that you were able to like push through end boards, as well as like set up a very powerful end board as well, and utilizing your interactions favorably, which either could be like drawing a bunch of cards and then like hand strapping your opponent, or it could be like shuffling away a bunch of guys. Like, there was a bunch of stuff that you could do in each game, and no game was decided off rip. There was not a single game that was actually decided by the cards in hand. It was always by how you use them, which made it way more interesting. Maxi invalidates so many decks. Yep. It's a dumb card. Yep. Truly is the bane of like everyone's existence. They need to start putting costs on cards to balance the game. They do. What are you talking about? It's just that cards are different. Imagine if Max had a 500 life points each card you draw. That would suck. Because it still wouldn't do anything. So you're telling me I get to draw... What, how many? 15 cards? Off of that? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I get that, like, oh, like, what if they had a resource? But, like, cards are the resource, right? The amount of cards you have in hand, or the amount of cards you have in grave and on field, that is the resource, right? A lot of cards have to, like, discard, or banish, or send to grave, or do something of that nature to trigger their effects, right? The cards that don't do that are the problem, right? I mean, Maxi just discards itself, right? The Shufflers banish themselves for cost to do a thing, right? Magnamut kind of does stuff, but it also, like, that's part of the point, right? Poplar doesn't have any sort of, cost like that, right? Harpy's Feather Duster, Raigeki, no costs, right? That's when cards become problems, is when there's not a cost, or when the cost is an upside, like Mathmac with Circular. Oh, I get to send a guy for free? Or like a Mermail, like every single fucking Mermail card just says send a guy for free and generate additional advantage because sending the card actually generates advantage instead of being a cost. Cards, yes, absolutely should have a cost. Right? But the cost should be actually meaningful. Like, is the Lightning Storm cost meaningful? Twin Twister is a very well-designed card. Absolutely. It's a 2 for 2. I pitch a card, as well as play the card, and I deal with 2 back row. Fantastic card. Twin Twister is like peak back row removal. Runic costs? Runic... The thing with Runic is that they don't do anything. Unless you... Yeah, Runic does have a cost, right? Like, okay... Some effects are not good enough to warrant having a cost. Right? For example, the Runic cards. Right? Each one of these Runic cards are not actually all that impressive. Right? You do have to skip your battle phase, which is a meaningful cost. It's not an insane cost, but it is a meaningful cost. But more importantly than that, most of the rest of these are not actually all that impactful in terms of costs. Right? But also their effects are not that great. Runic Fountain is pretty good. Right? But the rest of these cards, it's like, add a card. Okay. Or special summon a guy, right? Like, they all technically do special summon a guy as well. It's like, add a card. Pop a special summon monster. Pop a spell trap. Negate a monster. Banish cards. Force your opponent to draw a card or discard a card that they drew. Like, most of these are not actually all that impactful of effects. right? And yet they still have a meaningful cost. It's not a great cost for this style of deck, but it overall is still something. And more specifically than that, it's the fact that, like, they are pretty meaningless. Not meaningless. They're pretty weak effects, in, like, all things considered. Like, imagine if Flashing Fire said, destroy all special summon cards your opponent controls. Good costs are like Dominus Impulse and Purge. I agree. Yeah, they're fantastic cards. Those are two of the most well-designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Like, they are incredibly impactful, and only, like, some very select few decks even have the opportunity to play them. Which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. There should be meaningful restrictions, right? Like, the Runic cards as well. Like, there's got to be a reason you play these specific cards, right? And, like, if you're just getting, like, this effect, they're not powerful enough to warrant the battle phase skip and, like, the actual card itself. It's like, okay, cool. If I want specific removal, why would I play Flashing Fire as opposed to playing Harpy's Feather Duster or Raigeki? Like, oh, there isn't, right? But if all of a sudden Raigeki's banned, it's like, yeah, this is, like, fairly good removal and maybe worth playing, right? Anyway. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is something right now. The thing is, I don't even think Ryzeal coming to the game fixes Yu-Gi-Oh! Or even, like, does anything for Master Duel. I don't think there is a deck or a set of decks that could genuinely solve the inherent issue with Master Duel. I think Konami is going to let Master Duel die similarly to how they let Duel Links die. Apollosa is a problem. Apollosa is a problem. Baron is a problem. Maxi is a problem. Grass is a problem. The insane amount of board wipes are a problem. Like, Ryzeal will make it worse. It'll make it better before it makes it worse. No Way They Let It Die, isn't it doing super well? No. It hasn't been doing well since Snake Eye released. Here's the thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links was doing well. But they let that die because they mishandled the way that the game fundamentally works. And they're doing the exact same thing with Master Duel. Master Duel was such a good game in concept. And then from release, they fucked it up. Because they didn't understand how to actually make the ban list. That was, like, the biggest thing. But on top of that, there was, like, a bunch of other things in year one of Duel Links that made it, or Master Duel, that made it, like, god-awful. There hasn't been a fun DC Cup since Snake Eye was added. There was a fun DC Cup before that? What? Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is making them a bunch of money. So is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. But the thing is, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links has, like, 2 people playing it. Duel Links is, like, genuinely dying. And it has Rush Duel. It's, like, the one way for Western players to actually play Rush Duel. And no one is playing it. Except for whales. Which don't count. But the thing is, Duel Links was huge. Duel Links was a genuinely big game. The problem is, it got too big. As in, they made Xyz. And then they kept releasing shit. And they kept releasing shit. And they kept releasing shit. And it genuinely ruined the game for many people. Because the game just cost too much. Master Duel is kind of going in a different direction. I've heard so many people talk about how bad the game is, mostly due to how unfun the actual metagame is. So they're not incentivized to actually play the game. The events aren't worth logging in and playing the game. There's no real incentive to come and, like, actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now it's just Master Duel Lite. Yeah, Duel Links really, really went downhill. It's tragic. Right? Now, Master Duel has consistently been losing players basically since day one. Day one, people were super hyped for this game. There were tons of people playing, like, people you wouldn't even expect playing. And it's because, like, it was a good game. It was by far one of the best simulators for a TCG ever. But people almost immediately dropped it because it was... there was nothing to do. You either played ranked or you didn't. Like, you just didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! It was an impossible game to get into. And right now, that's not really helping. Right? It's bleeding players more than it's gaining. Are there actually people who are new to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel who are coming and showing up and being like, I want to play this new game, it looks cool, and then sticking around? Because right now, probably not. Returning players, maybe, but we're not getting any new people to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And the reason for that is because it's nigh impossible to actually play this game. This game is an absolute shit show. There's so much random stuff that you have to be aware of. There's too many things going on, all of which doing wild, different cold fusions. It's so difficult to actually sit down, fully play a game, and understand what's happening, unless you already have known, like, 4 different years of metagames. Like, do you know what the tier limit cards do? I sure hope you do. Guess what? They're from 2 fucking years ago. And if you don't know what they do, you're about to get your teeth kicked in by fucking normal summon Rhino-Heart. You're gonna be like, I don't know what that does. Sure. And then you die. I had to learn so damn much. Exactly. This game is bad at getting new players. It's not exactly keeping their players because so many people are frustrated with the current metagame. And a lot of that has to do with the simple fucking ban list. And the fact that it's not that. It's not simple. It's very convoluted. It's very complex. And it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. There needs to be a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! To get you into Yu-Gi-Oh! That should be fucking Duel Links. But they said, no, we want Link monsters. Hooray! And then they made Rush Duel, which is not Yu-Gi-Oh! Power creep has a lot to do with that too. With what? With learning Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh is a mess. Most Magic games are shorter than Yu-Gi-Oh now. Yep. New decks push old decks out of the meta. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Except for the fact that in Master Duel, that's not the case. Dude, Tier Limit is still fucking playable. So is like 9 other old decks. Because they don't kill anything. They don't actually deal with anything. The problem is that it's not power creep. You don't have to just learn the one new deck or like the 2 or 3. You have to learn every other deck for the past like 4 years. You still have to know what Sprite does. Because someone will be playing it and you will have to know what it does. You still have to know what Kashtira does. You still have to know what Tier Limit does. Those decks still exist. They still are played. They're still a problem. And heaven forbid you see a Pendulum card. It's just handled really bad in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power creep? I wouldn't say it's handled really bad. It's not exactly great, but I wouldn't say it's really bad. Especially in comparison to Magic. Dude, Magic, I'm not gonna lie, I think power creep in Magic is just arguably worse. But that's from a Yu-Gi-Oh! Perspective. I stopped playing if Pendulum cards came back, not gonna lie. Do you see my point? There's so much random, convoluted nonsense that Konami has given us, and they refuse to answer any one thing. It's so frustrating to sit here and be like, yeah, we now have to play with, you know, Maxi. Hooray. Or all of the myriad of other decks and cards that you still have to deal with. And it's like, cool, let's add another thing on top of that with Ryzeal. Fucking have at it. I would love if Ryzeal came out fully untouched and we had a tier 0 Ryzeal meta. And that was it. I would love that. That would make the game very simple to play and very easy to understand. And it would be get better at this deck or get better at beating it. And that would be great for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Tearlament was one of the greatest things to happen to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel because it centralized the metagame, which is good for a best of one. That sounds crazy, but genuinely it made the game really entertaining for quite some time because you could expect what you were playing against. You could expect what to play and what to deal with. It went on for a bit too long, but at the very least it centralized the metagame. Having a centralized metagame is not a bad thing. It makes the game slightly more interesting. Yes, shaking it up every once in a while is good, but having so many decks that all need a bunch of things that are all wildly different to deal with is not very good. If I play Magic the Gathering, I can play a whole bunch of different decks and play against a whole bunch of different decks because for the most part, I have an answer in some capacity to pretty much everything, right? If I'm playing a rushdown deck, I can beat a lot of different decks, and seeing a bunch of different decks is not a bad thing. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's a death sentence. If I don't have the answer to Punk, I die. I don't play the game. I just lose. There's nothing I can do. I just don't have the answer. The game is over. Tragedy. If I don't have an answer to, I don't know, red aggro control in Magic, I'll probably draw it. They're not going to immediately kill me. They might do a lot of damage, but like I have the opportunity to potentially draw into it. Or there's likely something that I actually do have. There's a bunch of decks that do genuinely have outs to that deck. Just inherently, in their game plan, in the way that they combo. And the same thing with Pokemon. There's almost always an answer to almost every single issue, right? Sometimes it's just hit the card harder. That genuinely sometimes is the answer in Pokemon or in Magic. That's not an answer in Yu-Gi-Oh! That just like doesn't work. You can't just make bigger number. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. Played Yu-Gi-Oh! The first time 9 months ago. I had to go out of my way to learn everything. I didn't know it was this bad. Yeah. Yep. Siege Rhino used to be busted because stealing 3 life. Now we get freaking life-stealing bats. Yeah, true. What if you wanted to duress your opponent, but also get a lifelink bat? When the Maxi resolves, just pure, yeah. Does Magic have 4-hour turns like Memento? No. Nope. Here's the thing. I thoroughly enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is way more fun than playing both Magic and Pokemon. But the problem is, and pretty much every other game that I've played, the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh!, at least in regards to Master Duel specifically, is that there is not a consensus on how to play the game at any specific point. There is not like a thing you can do to guarantee that you have a good win rate. You can't just be like better at the game. Theoretically you can, right? Like you can actually know what all of the decks do, but like it's just a knowledge check. It's not like an actual understanding of the core gameplay elements. It's just like, I know what your deck does better than you do. I now win. Or, more likely, I just drew better than you. Or built my deck better than you. Right? But there is so many problems that Yu-Gi-Oh! Puts forth right now. Master Duel puts forth right now, that it's just like, answer these problems. And you literally can't do that. So you have to pick and choose your battles. Oh, if I go first, I want to guarantee that I win. Great, now that means if you go second, you're fucked. Coolio, okay? Well, I'm going to play Labyrinth, and I'm going to play a bunch of Floodgates so that my opponent doesn't play the game. Well, Drill Beam exists, so fuck you. Well, okay, well, I'm also going to play, like, a bunch of ways to, like, also play going second. Well, okay, now you're going first is not guaranteed to get you that win. Yeah. The problem is that Konami pussyfoots around actually hitting the cards in any meaningful capacity. Unless they are specifically SR or lower, Konami will not actually meaningfully hit a card. And in a best of one, the difference between a limited to 1 card and a card at 3 does not matter. Because if that card exists, it will be seen, you will play against it, and it will cause issues in terms of enjoyment and gameplay. And if Konami wants to make a good game, here's the thing. This game is very well balanced. It is a very well balanced game. There's a bunch of decks that you can play, all of which are comparable, all of which are playable, all of which can get you to Master 1. There's a ton of different opportunities for you to play the game and to interact and yada yada. Doesn't matter, it's unfun. If Konami wants to make a good game, they shouldn't make a balanced game. Making a balanced game is not fun. There are things that people do not enjoy, and being able to cycle through what is fun for some people and what is fun for other people is a good thing. We have been in a combo meta since fucking 2020. We haven't had a metagame that has revolved around anything other than just bullshit combo pretty much since then. Minus some minor stints here and there with mid-range being playable, but that's just kind of halfway to combo. Control hasn't really been a top threat ever. Maybe like day one with Eldritch, but even that, not really. It was only kind of. It was still more of like a combo variant that ended up being meta. And there were like 10 bajillion other meta decks that were just combo. So yeah, we haven't really gone through anything in regards to like cycling through what's enjoyable for other people. If you want to play a combo deck, Yu-Gi-Oh's fucking great, dude. It's so good. It's so sick. But goddamn, if you want to play anything else at any point ever, don't. Just don't. I missed set 1 monster, set 5 back row pass. True! Me too. Kashtira had the whole engine hit instead of a Rise Heart. Here's the thing. I could reasonably understand banning almost any card in Kashtira. And they didn't ban any of them. But they needed to. Fenris or Unicorn or Birth or a Rise Heart likely need a ban. I would suggest a Rise Heart. That card is stupid, but they don't do that. On top of that, Shifter, another card, absolutely worthy of a ban. Are they going to do that? No. Oh, a control deck? Anyway, Lightning Storm, Evenly, Duster. Yeah. Even, like... As much as, like, Fiendsmith is a control deck, it's also very much so not. And as much as Primite is a control deck, it very much so isn't. And I'm not talking about, like, just traps, but it's like, there's a difference between playing a control deck and just playing a half combo deck. I would consider Fiendsmith more of a mid-range deck. Which is not bad, but, like, there is a point where I want to actually play a control deck. A deck that actually plays out the game and controls the duel. Labyrinth is, like, the one deck that does that. You could also argue Voiceless Voice does that. Voiceless Voice is the other deck that I would say is a control deck right now. But both of those decks aren't, like, good. And it's not like they're dominating the meta. They only made Shifter the sexiest card ever. Dude, the amount of games that I've lost to Shifter is... I cannot stand the Cash Engine, just in general. I think Unicorn, in particular, is maybe one of the most poorly designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards in all of history. Okay, every single cash card that just says, hey, you get this guy for free, no cost, is dumb. I don't know how that happened, but that is, in fact, you control no monster, special summon this card from your hand. It's an inherent summon, doesn't activate, doesn't do anything, here's a guy. How did they do that? Why did they put that on multiple cards? Cash Engine punishes you for playing? Yeah, it's so frustrating to play against. Unicorn won the most hated poll because it's a terribly designed card. Yeah, not a once per turn summon. These are specifically designed to make you hate them. I do not think that there is a world in which the Kashtira cards make sense unless Konami is specifically designing cards to make people as pissed as possible. They're like, you get to banish face down so I don't get to interact, and it's from my extra? That's what I like. That's the cards. You should not be able to interact with the extra deck. Just straight up. Like, you should not be able to look at the opponent's extra deck and do something about it. Look at it, fine. You can look at that. That's okay. Take something from it. Put him in jail. Lock him up. He does not deserve to exist. Fuck him. I hate him. Oh, and the trap also does... Oh, the Kashtira trap also does that? They're like, you activated a trap card? Sun hand now! And then you die. It's so frustrating. Banish face down must be a cost, not an effect. I agree. No, I agree. Was it the angry, or was it... Weren't they all angry? They were all fucking angry. I think technically... Because, like, Scareclaw is obviously fear. Kashtira, I think, is anger. What's Tearlament? Sadness, I think, right? Tear, right? It's gotta be sadness. Ogre is annoying, but pretty trash, to be honest. If you've ever played any limited format, Ogre is one of the most frustrating cards to play against as well. Here's the thing. The only reason Ogre is not comparable or not as annoying is because, one, the traps aren't nearly as powerful, and two, it doesn't actually start the combo. Ogre is such an insanely frustrating card to deal with. It's basically, hey, you did a thing? Great, let me stack your deck for you. Let me make sure your next draw is shit, and on top of that, I get to deal with a card in your deck. And it's like, oh, cool. Lore-wise, Kashtira is perfect. What are you talking about? The Vsauce lore is terrible. I wouldn't necessarily call it perfect, but I mean, it's probably one of the more interesting ones. That being said, like, Tearlament is so boring, and so is Mana, and so is the stupid-ass Pendulum, and so is Scareclaw. Like, it's not really competing with much, so sure. But, like, if we're comparing it to any other lore that has come out, it's better than Dual Terminal, I'll give you that! Oh, because it's anger, it makes... Yeah, you're right. Although the cards do make you angry, you're right, I forgot about that. Cash's best lore, Mana is worse? In that lore, yeah. World Legacy is peak lore? Look, we have had World Legacy, great lore. Not my favorite, but great. Albaz, which is phenomenal lore. We got Sprite and Tri-Brigade? Peak! And then we got... what was the other one? We have the Diabell lore with Snake Eyes and Diabell Star and White Woods. Also peak. And snuggled right in between those is fucking Vsauce. It's so bad, dude. And then Vsauce showed up and said, "Sup? I'm the worst lore you've ever heard." Tear makes you sad when they hard draw grass. So that's lore accurate too. Sure. What's Mana's lore? Isn't Mana just like happiness or something? Bro, I see Mana and I'm just like, okay. Sure. Vanquish Soul? What about it? Vanquish Soul is sick. I really enjoy Vanquish Soul as a deck. Like, if I were to say what Konami should make decks like, there's 3 decks that they should make, right? Tri-Brigade. I think Tri-Brigade is one of the best archetypes in terms of balance and just interesting ideas that they've made in a hot second. I think it's very interesting. I like the gimmick of it, of like cheating a Link summon, but it also doesn't do too much to where it's like, I'm gonna put a whole bunch of bodies onto the field. It's like, it cheats the mechanic without breaking it, like Zodiac did, right? So, something like that. Great design. Ryzeal, a simple deck that does simple things, and is powerful in the fact that it is consistent. Similarly, you could call this like Sprite. Sprite is another deck that's like this. It's a very simple idea, but it does it really well, and it does it very consistently. Good idea. I like those. Those are good. Those are good archetypes. And the last one is Vanquish Soul. Having the ability to just like always have options, but those options aren't always incredibly powerful, right? But Vsauce always almost has, like, sorry, that sounds really weird. Vsauce, not Vsauce, Vanquish Soul, my bad. Vanquish Soul always does a thing, but that thing is always different dependent on the hand. Sometimes you have to go through your Raisin in order to go into Xiaolong, and then you have the necessary fires, and you're able to get your full combo with getting in, like, all of these other things, and depending on the cards in your hand, you still do something differently, depending on a myriad of different options. Sometimes you have to start off by, you know, special summoning Fenris and searching out a guy so that you have the fire in hand for the Xiaolong on follow-up. Or sometimes you need to, like, normal summon a, what's her bucket? The, Mad Love, and then Mad Love can get you the spell trap, and then you can potentially dodge with like a card in hand, or maybe you didn't draw the card in hand, so that interaction is a meaningful interaction, but it's kind of a gamble. Stuff like that, those three decks all engage the opponent while also engaging you. Ryzeal doesn't immediately kick you out of the game. Tri-Brigade doesn't immediately kick you out of the game. Vanquish Soul doesn't immediately kick you out of the game. They can have very powerful effects, they can have very powerful hands, but that game is almost always going to be playable. They have clear weaknesses. They have clear downsides. There are things that you can and cannot do against them. Now, granted, Ryzeal is kind of a bit overtuned in the fact that it's just so incredibly consistent that it's very difficult to beat. But realistically, if you're just having to deal with a Ryzeal end board, it's pretty powerful. The problem is that Ryzeal doesn't lock you really meaningfully. That's kind of the issue. But outside of that, like, I guess Sprite's a better example. Besides Elf. Elf is bullshit. But, like, the rest of the cards are A-okay. They have meaningful restrictions. Vanquish Soul rewards good players, both as player and as the opponent. Would you imperm Raisin if you have Ash in hand? No, because it could dodge with Heavy Border. Exactly. Yeah, that's a great example, Extreme. Vanquish Soul really does reward better players. It's the same thing with, like, tier limit mirrors, where it's like, hey, if you're better at the game, you're going to do better in tier limit mirrors. Master Duel right now doesn't do that because there's so much random shit you just have to account for that you can't really do that. So even if we were to get Ryzeal right now, I don't think it solves the issue. Because does Ryzeal right now have the ability to consistently beat every other deck in the metagame? No. Fiendsmith Slop still exists and is still going to absolutely roll you if you don't happen to draw something like Maxi, or if they end up drawing the Altitude, something like that. So there's that, right? Are you going to be able to contend with something like Mermail? Maybe, potentially, depending on the draws that they have, but again, maybe, potentially not. Are you going to be able to contend with Tenpai in a best of one? Unlikely. They're going to have a whole bunch of board breakers. They're going to know that it's like, you know, likely it's going to be you, or they're going to have more preparation for you than you are going to have preparation for them. And all of a sudden, your detonator is very nice when it's being spun away with Ultimate Slayer, or being negated with Dark Ruler's a bad example, or being like Lightning Storm or something like that. Lightning Storm was also kind of a bad example, but you get the point. Do you really think you can play Vanquish Soul? I've been waiting to make it, but I don't really know how to play it properly. I've played Vanquish Soul. Right now, it's just really bad. I would just wait for the new support and don't make it. It's just not, like, competitive right now. And it's very difficult to make competitive. Because the thing is, Vanquish Soul gets better if things like Bell and... well, not even that. Like, it just kind of isn't... Yeah, I don't know. It's just not great right now. Just because it relies on so many incidental cards, and it doesn't have enough starters. It's very fun to play, but like... The Canine cards? I like the Canine cards. They're very good. Again, they're similar in nature to like Vanquish Soul. Every deck leads to Fiendsmith. Yeah. Ban Moon? Moon's not the problem. Here's the thing. The problem is that there is a Link 1 that exists that does anything. I don't care what Link 1 it is. There is not a Link 1 in the world that should exist. Link 1s, genuinely, can go away. They are absolutely 1000% the issue. They always have been. If you can do any... If you can make a Link 1, it's probably an issue. With, like, 2 exceptions. Charlemagne, which is literally the only card that does anything. Sorry. Charlemagne, which is the only card that, like, is a boss monster as a Link 1, and requires you to go into a different boss monster to make that. And 2, the Valmonica monsters, Link 1s. Because those are also basically the boss monsters and require specific setup to actually get to them. Appliance or players in shambles? Sure, those cards can exist, but no, just get rid of the Link 1s. Link 1s are just not a good design for Yu-Gi-Oh! You should not be able to put a guy on field and then immediately remove them from the field to go into anything else. That is not good. The Clara Link 1 that Lab played to make SP banish? No, Link 1s should not exist. There are Link 1s that are fair and are balanced and could exist. The problem is, they shouldn't. Appliances could have Link 0 and they'd still do the same? Yeah, pretty much. But that's the thing, is like, Link 1s, as a concept, are a flawed mechanic. Unless they are specifically a boss monster, they shouldn't work. They should not exist. They should just be Link 2s. There's not a reason to go any one monster into any other thing. That is unhealthy for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's really bad, and it's really sped up the game in an unhealthy way. Especially when Link 1s do a shit ton of stuff. I should not be able to go normal summon a Sage and then link it off into a guy that searches a field spell. That is just not a thing that should realistically happen. Realistically, what should happen is I should have to put another guy onto my field in order to then go into some Link monster. Or I could just not do that and instead go through some other line of play. Like, for example, going into, like, a Synchro monster, or going into a Z monster or something else of that nature. Putting one guy on the field to go into another guy on the field and putting the first guy in grave is a silly mistake that they have made. What about the Trap Trunks Link 1? As I said, Link 1s shouldn't exist. They are fundamentally flawed. They shouldn't exist as Link 1s. They should just be Link 2s. Just put it. Just force the deck to put another guy onto field to go into a Link 2. That's the issue. Link 1s are not. They are a problem that doesn't actually, like, that shouldn't exist, right? Yes, there are fair Link 1s. I'm not saying Traptrix Terra is like a ban-worthy card, or I'm not saying that, like, Vanquish Soul, or what is it? Rock of the Vanquisher should be banned. What I'm saying is, like, there's not a reason to have Link 1s. I should not be able to go into Clockwork Knight to grab Clockwork Knight. Like, Almirage is a card that shouldn't exist. I should not be able to normal summon a Salamangreat and then link it off for Baylinks. That's the issue. Normal Sangan and linked him and searched Maxi? Exactly. Link Spider, Link Rival, Almirage? Yeah. Wow, you stopped my normal summon? Anyway, do normal summon 2, because I just get the guy into the grave. The Link 1s, like, there are fair Link 1s. There are good Link 1s. But Link 1s are a problem. Link 1s are not a good idea. Because being able to pivot from any other guy into any other guy is bad for Yu-Gi-Oh! If I have to spend 2 guys to do a thing, that's fine. That's normal. That's expected. But having the ability to basically put no materials on field to do a thing isn't healthy. It's like ruined a lot of power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Link 1s do stuff. Link 1s shouldn't do stuff unless they are part of an end board. No, the Cyrus 1s are absolutely crazy. But I do think there are more problematic Link 1s. Or, maybe not problematic, but I think there are more powerful Link 1s. Link Cross. Yeah, putting one guy into a different guy is kind of silly. Kind of silly. Kind of dumb. The Blue Eyes one is fine. I think for the most part it's not like a ban-worthy card. It's not like it shouldn't exist. Well, it's not like it's overpowered. But also, it probably shouldn't exist and is probably overpowered and realistically is extremely powerful when you contribute one guy for another guy. Having the ability to basically, like, invalidate one of your opponent's cards because you could just pivot is kind of silly. I don't know. I just think Link 1s are so fundamentally flawed that it's just like there's not really a reason for them to exist in the way that they do. There needs to be like much more heavy conditions on being able to go from or like into a Link 1. Again, Charlemagne or the Valmonica cards. Like those are like the only ones I can think of that actually do anything. Anima's a fair Link 1, but it's not fair that it's a Link 1. Yes. That's exactly, yeah. It's a great way of putting all of what I've tried to say about Link 1s. Link 1s are fair, but it's not fair that Link 1s exist. Does that make sense? Because I could spend one card interacting with your one guy, and you just trade that guy for another guy that I also now have to spend one card for. So now that one card has cost me 2 cards. It's like, oh, that's dumb. That's silly. That shouldn't work like that. Requiem is ban-worthy? Sure. The print Clara for main phase 1 instead. Yeah. Imagine, hey, you can only summon this card in main phase 1, and it's any monster. It's like, wow. Why the hell would we print this? Yeah, it's very dumb. Just like Link 1s in general. I think it's done the most damage to Yu-Gi-Oh! Outside of maybe Pendulums. Is Link 1s. And that's not me being a Pendulum hater, that's just like honesty. Like Link monsters, I don't think have done as much damage as Pendulums, but Link 1s are so fundamentally flawed. It's actually crazy. It's actually just crazy. Link monsters are way more BS than Pendulum. Depends on your definition of BS. Because Link 1s are, or Link monsters in general, are an insane step in power creep. But Pendulums were also that. But I think Pendulums weren't as big of a step in power creep as Link's monsters are. However, because Link monsters are more generic than pendulums were, I feel like it's not as impactful because, like, everyone kind of gets better with Link monsters, whereas only pendulums get better with pendulums. But on top of that, pendulums are maybe the most overcomplicated mechanic in the entire game, and there's not really anything to debate that. Pendulums are fine if Link monsters didn't exist, and it was one special from the extra deck maximum. Yeah, but that's not what it is. And that's never what they were. So yeah, in this hypothetical world you live in, or this ideal world, the ideal world for Pendulum, yes, that's a great idea. That doesn't solve the issue that Pendulum is way too overcomplicated of a mechanic and doesn't really function in the same way that the rest of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards do, which makes it just another obtuse thing that you have to learn in order to get into the game. Like, Link monsters work within the context of Yu-Gi-Oh way more than Pendulums. Pendulums do their own thing. You just have to learn these rules. They're like a side game. You just have to know. Link monsters are kind of a core mechanic. You just they just function. Cool. But pendulums are not, like, more overpowered than Links were. Right? Pendulums as a concept are not more problematic than Links are as a concept. In terms of, like, game balancing or, like, power creep. Pendulum had so many distinct features that, yes, they were unique and made cool in concept, but a nightmare for players and rules and anything. Yep. Yep. I love the idea of pendulums. I think it's really, really cool. They're just way too overcomplicated for no reason. Why do they go to the face-up extra deck? Why do they not go to grave? Oh, because we have to pendulum summon them from the face-up extra deck. Okay. Why is it that they have pendulum scales on both the left and right, as opposed to just being a pendulum scale? Why do they have a pendulum scale effect? Why are they monsters and spells, but also not really spells at any point ever, except for when they're specifically in the pendulum zone? They're not really spells, they're more of, like, pendulum cards. It's, like, yeah. Just make them go to grave. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, just make them go to grave. That breaks the mechanic, but, like, there's so many issues with just the inherent way that pendulums work. It's like, I want them to be good because I do really enjoy the idea of them, but they're never going to be, and you can't really make them not just dumb. Kashira is instant win against pendulum. Not necessarily, but yeah. Shingra Era is. What's your question, Extreme? Try to explain to a new player what a pendulum does and it goes to the extra deck. It's like, well, it only goes to the extra deck if it's not also getting replaced and instead going to a different place when it's destroyed. And it's also only if it gets destroyed while, like, on the field. Because, like, if you were to discard it or use it as fusion material, while it's in the hand, it does go to grave. But, like, if it's on the field, then it does go to the extra deck. And then also only sometimes, because, like, if Shifter's up or something else of that nature that would, like, banish it or send it somewhere else instead of going to the grave, it would technically not go to the face-up extra deck, it would go to that other location, which means that, technically speaking, it is going to the grave, and then immediately shifting and going to the extra deck, so, don't think about it. Fuck! Do you know if you have two Melodious effects, place them in scales in the same chain, but only can do one, the second scale goes to grave? Try explaining it to a new player. Making pen monsters go to grave give me soul charge PTSD. Well, I mean, it's better than having soul charge from the extra deck, right? Because at least it's just soul charge, right? What do you mean I can't use my Penda Monster as a Penda Monster? When Flomberg put it in my pen scale. Well, see, it's not a pendulum monster. It's a spell. It's actually just a crime. What pendulums do. I don't... Dude, they must have thought they were cooking with pendulums. And then they were immediately the worst mechanic. They were so bad. Even when they came out, they were like, this might be too strong. Maybe let's make it bad. And then it was bad for a really long time. And everyone hated it. Oh my gosh. A lot of people were like really frustrated when like Synchro came out, and a lot of people were really frustrated when XZ came out and like left the game because they're like, oh my gosh, this new mechanic is dumb. But it didn't really have nearly as negative of an influence on the game as Pendulum did. Pendulum like legit kicked so many people out of the game. We need a Pendulum Link 1. That'll fix the game. Trip. Let's just max summoning. Yeah. Anyway, I could talk all day about pendulums. I'm not going to, because I have in days past, and in fact I've talked a fair amount today about pendulums. Here's what I will say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is currently in, and has currently been in, for the past like year, one of the worst metagames. It's been really frustrating and not very enjoyable to play. Mostly due to the fact that you basically have to play a myriad of just auto-win cards, or just basically prevent the opponent from playing the game, because if you don't, you lose. With Snake Eyes, basically you have to prevent the opponent from doing anything, or you lose. It's that simple. And it's been that way for a while. And so it's been frustrating as more and more nonsense comes out, and none of the old stuff is going away. We still play Snake Eye. We still play Tearlament. We still play all of these nonsense decks that need answers. And now there's even more stuff we have to deal with. I like a lot of the decks that are coming out. I've enjoyed Argo Stars. I've enjoyed Fiendsmith. I like playing a bunch of these new decks. In fact, I am a big fan of Snake Eye. I've enjoyed playing Snake Eye Fire King, and Fire King specifically as well. But when everything is overpowered in a best-of-one card game, nothing is. And also, everything is frustrating. I really hate Snake Eyes, and I can only go back 2 months ago after 2 years. Yeah. I still enjoy Moon Mermaid? Huh? I on a regular basis answer penned ruling questions for my friends, some of whom are floor judges. That should tell you how much dirty laundry Pend has. True. Anyway, the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is that the ban lists don't actually do anything. If they want us to play new stuff, they have to actually answer some of the old stuff, and there needs to be a reason to stop playing the old stuff. You can still play White Forest right now, and it's really powerful. Why? Because Baron still exists. You can still just make fucking Baron. Right? You could still play Snake Eye, because you could still make Kappa. Right? There's a bunch of stuff like that that is just floating around, being able to be played, because Konami doesn't have the balls to actually ban cards. Which doesn't make sense, because by not banning cards... Two things. By not banning cards, you're not incentivizing people to play new decks, which means that you're not getting more money. And again, Konami just hates free money. But two, you're also not balancing the game in a way that incentivizes new players, or just players in general, to continually enjoy the game and to continually build new decks, which means that, again, they're kind of just sitting on the same cards that they've been sitting on for ages. Imagine if I had to ban Apo and get a new card in my extra deck. Sure, theoretically I could just craft the new card, but also maybe I need an entire new deck because you've banned some of the cards that are actually a problem, right? Imagine if I couldn't play Tearlament. Cool, well, now I guess I need a new deck, right? But they're never going to do that because they, I don't know, hate money. Imagine an engine that makes an Omni Negate and search the combo starter and is still power crept by Millennium. Yeah. Why is Millennium so heavily played in Master Duel and not in the TCG? The simple answer to that is that in the TCG, we have no incentive to play Millennium because we just have better decks. And Millennium also hard loses to Ryziel. Right. Whereas in Master Duel, we kind of need the starters. Time is an issue? Yeah, but that's less of an issue. But like, Millennium came out and didn't really see much experimentation because there wasn't really a reason to play any of the Millennium cards in any of like the Fiendsmith builds. Right? And then, at least in theory, right? Technically speaking, we could have, but literally the next set was Ryziel, which immediately kicks the teeth in of Millennium. You will not see Millennium be played post Ryziel. Because Detonator just shits on it. It's like, oh, cool, nice card. Anyway, goodbye. It's gone now. Nice starter. You just took 2,000 for nothing. Oh yeah, Doom Dragon also came out after. Forgot about that. Millennium also doesn't do anything without Doom Dragon. Rescue Ace is pretty fun. It's pretty competitive as well. I thoroughly enjoy it. I like Set and 4 and stuff like that. So I really like Rescue Ace. It's not nearly as comparable as like Fire King or something else of that nature, but it's still very good. Any tactical tri-deck is Rogue? That is technically true. I would agree with that. Sorry, Huss, I didn't answer your question earlier about what fun decks there are to play. If you want fun and competitive, Labyrinth is very fun. Voiceless Voice I find to be very fun, but it's kind of expensive. Sprite post-ban list is going to be competitive. Not the best deck, but competitive at the very least, and is one of my favorite decks of all time. Tearlament is another example, but that one's also rather expensive and is very difficult to just pick up and play, but it is very fun. But if we're talking not as competitive, Tri-Brigade's not as competitive, but it's literally my favorite deck of all time. Ryziel is extremely fun, but we don't have it yet, so you can save up for that. Do not play Branded. Branded is a terrible deck to play. Blue Eyes is not fun. I don't know who's telling you that. Blue Eyes is a very boring deck and gets boring after like 2 games. Fire King's great, as I mentioned. Pearly's sick as hell. I fucking love Pearly. I actually do really enjoy like Fiendsmith stuff. The problem is that the rest of the game sucks. But like Fiendsmith is very cool. I do thoroughly enjoy Fiendsmith. Plunder is extremely fun to play, but does require a lot more understanding of how to play the game and requires you to really be good at Plunder. But it is extremely fun to play. Vanquish Soul is also up there with like fun to play. Yeah, Fiendsmith Bestial is very fun. if you actually get to play the game. Yep, Fiend Pile sure is still at full power. However, what's happening now is people have just cut Yubel and we're just playing Unchained now. Draco Slayer is fun. I would not consider any Pendulum deck fun besides Valmonica. I'm lying to you. I lied. Just straight up blatantly lying to you. Even Valmonica is not fun. Is there a Pendulum deck that's fun right now? Magispector is kind of fun. If you want to play Pendulum, Magispector is probably up there. What about Blue Eyes with Magia? What about it? Nemlaria? Nemlaria is not a Pendulum deck. I'm talking about a deck that actually, like, Pendulum summons. Nemlaria puts a guy in that, like, has a Pendulum. True Draco? Honestly, True Draco from time to time is not that bad. It's also terrible. It's also a terrible deck. But, like, just, like, turning your brain off and flipping a Floodgate is not bad. And the best way to do that, in my opinion, is with True Draco. Melodious? Yeah, Melodious is fun. You're right. I think that's the one I was thinking of, was Melodious. Melodious is a very fun deck to play. What variant of Sprite? Runic or Melfi? Neither of those. You can just play Sprite, which is like a bunch of 2s. Let me show you the deck list that you would play. Or more specifically, like the cards you would play. Hold on. This guy's still at 2. No, he's at 3 now. Nimble. Swap. Ronin. And then the rest of these would be non-engine. But yeah, I would wait for the ban list, which is in 3 days. As I said, the rest are non-engine. This is like the core of the deck. Throw in a bunch of other like rank 2s, link 2s, and stuff like that, but Sprite's very fun. You could play it pure, like this. You could also play Tri-Brigade. Runic kind of sucks just because Runic is so heavily nerfed in this game. But like Runic is unhit the best variant of Sprite. The problem is that Runic cards are like neutered to high heaven. So it's just not really playable. So, tragic. Also, mind you, chat, remember, Nimble Beaver was at 1 for so long. Branded Fusion to 2, does it change anything? Yes, now Branded is less lucky when they draw Branded Fusion. No, it doesn't change anything. It literally changes nothing with the deck. Branded Fusion's now less likely to show up in the opponent's hand because now it's not at 1 and it's at 2, and Konami really heavily prioritizes limited 1 cards to just showing up in the opponent's hand. So... Battle Wasp support next week, please. Insects actually playable. Insects are playable. The Battle Wasps aren't going to change that. Can you play Impulse and Sprite? No. Nope. The reason for that is because these are darks, these are fires, these are waters. Wait, hold on. Am I wrong? Oh, I am wrong. You're right. My bad. I always get these wrong. I remember light and dark are different, but I don't remember the other ones. I thought water was in this one. Who's wind? The fuck? Who's that? Light, earth, and wind. Never mind. Yeah, you can play Impulse. Wait, no. Doesn't that cut off? Hold on. Mannequin Cat's a light. Hold on. What's he called? Oni... Isn't he called Onibimaru? Oh, sorry. No, that guy's a dark. What else is an extra that you generally play? Like, you could forego Mannequin Cat and play it. Do you need anything else? No, I guess not. Yeah, I guess you could. Zeus. Battle Wasp support is good. Makes them go from playable to decent. Isn't... Oh. Okay. So they go from a... Okay, yes. Battle Wasp is now playable, but insects have been playable at, like, a decent... in, like, a decent regard. So... Zeus doesn't really matter for Sprite, so realistically you could cater your extra deck to be able to play Impulse. I don't think it's worth it. And the only reason I say that is because Mannequin Cat is such an insanely powerful card, and also Nibiru is goated right now. So it would also cut you off of Nib. SP Little Knights of Dark. You could still play Impulse. You don't play Apo in this deck. Yeah, Jin Buster is a dark. How do you play Mannequin? What do you mean? Mannequin is mostly just part of your end board. Because Mannequin allows you to special summon from deck one of your guys. It also allows you to potentially, like, stick a random guy on your opponent's field, which is pretty nice. Like, if they max you and you ash it, you can then, like, reborn the max C. On top of that, you also just, like, get a guy, which is pretty nice. Especially with fire running around a whole bunch, like, getting additional access to Sprite Red or Sprite Carrot is very good. There's a ton of darks and stuff, so you can special summon your blue or your jet. Insects can now go first after Battle Wasp. Good luck losing the coin toss because Battle Wasp don't play Beargrin. Huh? Don't they already plan on going first? Fiendsmith doesn't do anything in Sprite because Sprite locks you into twos pretty often. Would you play cards like End of Anubis? No. Nope. End of Anubis right now isn't worth it. The problem with End of Anubis is all of the decks that you would want to hit off of, or like to actually interact with End of Anubis are not dark, they're light. Which means in order to get to Anubis, you'd have to have them special summon a dark monster or special summon a fiend, which is like not unreasonable, but that means it's only good against Fiendsmith, right? And it's a dead card that you'd have to draw half the time. And it's also terrible against anything that's not Fiendsmith, and even against Fiendsmith it's not great, because it doesn't actually do anything. Archlord Christia? How the... No. Again, the reason you wouldn't play it is because that would just be a dead card in your deck, and you really don't want that in Sprite. Sprite Trap, not worth playing? No. Nope. Not in a best of one. It's just a dead card. Sprite's boon is that it's really consistent. And it does its play every turn. It does the same thing every turn. Right? So, being able to go into, like, this high roll card is fine, but it's not nearly as advantageous as being able to pivot between pretty much anything. Right? So having the ability to go into, like, Onibimaru, or Mannequin Cat, or, you know, your Negates, or, you know, having the consistency to, like, bring back some guys with, like, Elf, and all of that jazz. Like, that's honestly more valuable than, you know, having a high roll card that sometimes wins you the game off of the fact that your opponent is playing Fiendsmith. And also, it doesn't necessarily win you the game, because a lot of people will probably, like, have Ash or Imperm or something else of that nature to stop you, or will have some sort of out to the Archlord, or you'll just brick with it. Is Snake Eye full power stronger than Ryziel? Arguably. I think in a best of one, yes. In a best of three, probably Ryziel. Well, yeah, probably Ryziel. Ryziel has a built-in board breaker, which makes it a lot more difficult to fully beat. And on top of that, Detonator is such an insanely powerful card in general that it's very difficult to fully beat. So if we're more specifically talking like full power versus full power, I think Ryziel overall is technically more powerful. But I think that's only in a best of three, where it has the ability to side deck specifically for, like, other matchups. Whereas, like, Snake Eye is extremely powerful as well, and definitely has a better end board, and in a best of one is way more higher powered, but doesn't side deck as well. It does side deck very well, but I don't think it side decks as well as Ryziel, and that's just because, like, Ryziel is extremely powerful in the side deck format. So but yeah, obviously, historically, Snakes is, like, significantly stronger than Ryziel. Ryziel is more like Zodiac than it is, like, Snake Eyes. Pure Sprite or Adventure Sprite? Adventure Sprite sucks ass. Dude, Detonator being legal with Trident banned in the TCG is one of the funniest things. I don't know why Trident is not at 3. Yeah, you could use Deep Sea Diva to go into Baron in Sprite. I think it's just not worth it most of the time. It's a very high roll style play where it's like, oh, I already have, like, full combo, and now I gotta go, like, normal Deep Sea Diva, and my opponent doesn't hand trap me, and I get to then make Baron on top of it. But you also don't need that. Like, Baron is very much so not needed for Ryziel, or for Sprite. You gotta think of Sprite more like Ryziel than, like, the decks that we are currently seeing, like Snake Eye or White Forest or something of that nature. Sprite's main appeal is the fact that it does its combo consistently every turn. I guess it's similar in nature to, like, Fiendsmith. It's like, yeah, you're gonna stop your opponent with hand traps and or non-engine rather than any of your actual engine pieces. Right? Like, sure, all of these individual pieces get you full combo, but more importantly, you also now have, like, 4 cards in hand. All of which are either interactions or used for follow-up or what have you. Are Bystials worth for Sprite as non-engine? I don't like them, but they're not terrible. But I also think that the Bystials aren't great right now. for Sprite, especially in comparison to things like Droll, Nib, Maxi, and the like. But you could, yeah, Bestials are not bad. Fua? Fua Loss in Tri-Brigade Sprite is better, but in just like regular Sprite, it's not really worth it. I mean, you could. It's not bad. But because it's the best of one, it's like difficult to be like, yeah, do that. Hyperia? Hyperia, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, Perulia would probably be more worthwhile, except for the fact that Perulia is ass right now. Perulia is, like, really bad right now in Master Duel. What deck special summons from hand? I don't know. Theoretically, Perulia would be better, but it's not worth it to play Perulia. You could play Fua. Like, I don't hate that idea, but I think Droll's really solid right now, so playing both Droll and Fua Loss seems counterintuitive. Yeah, Perulia would be way better in Ryzeal format, with Ryzeals being more common. It would also not be bad in, like, Malice format, because of, like, the Bestials and the in-archetype Bestial and stuff like that. Sprite. True. If Sprite was more common. There you go. Regenesis format. There you go. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of decks that, like, get stopped by Perulia. It's still not bad, but for the most part, it's not really worth it. If I were to play Perulia, I wouldn't play Droll, and I'd also play Fua. And I'd just, like, draw a whole bunch of cards, and that'd be, like, my plan going second. But the problem with that is that there's not a reason, there's not, like, a way that you can use the Molcharmies if they end up in your hand going first. So, like, Sprite doesn't discard cards. Besides maybe with Swap Frog, sometimes, kind of. But that's only, like, Perulia specifically. So it's not, like, great to just have a bunch of cards in hand, because you're not going to discard them. You're not going to, like, remove them from the field or, like, use them in other ways, right? So for the most part, you're better off having hand traps that you use, right? Drolls, Ash, Veilers, Imperms, etc., right? Just, like, standard hand traps. Or things like Triple Tack, Droplet, stuff like that. I don't think Droplet's good right now, but you get the point. You could also play Impulse, but then you can't play Nib. Those two, like, conflict, which I don't like. I think Nib's probably better. Anyway, I'm going to call it quits there. I need to go to sleep. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you guys did indeed enjoy. If you did, a like is very much appreciated. And remember to always stay frosty. Bye-bye.